Okay, sorry about that, gang. We had a little bit of a, what's it called? Technical hiccup there, but we're going to get it done. I'm going live a smidge early off my starting soon screen, a smidge early, because we got a couple conversations that are happening tonight. Okay, gang? We're going to be talking to Lycan here in a few minutes, and later on we're going to be talking to Tomfoolery. And it should be a great day, some good conversations. But before all that, I noticed my buddy, my friend, my pal, my acquaintance, my comrade, my co-conspirator, Tuna Chip, was streaming. So I wanted to talk to him a little bit while he was live. And so we're going to hop into his stream for just a smidge. And we're going to talk to him. So yeah, that's what's happening tonight. That's what we're going to do. We're just, again, kick it off. We're going to hit the ground running. We're going to go in. We're going to get things done. So please, gang, hang out and give me a second to get this rolling. I usually use this time to do advertisements and stuff, but you know, we'll figure it out. A moment, kings and queens. Let me get everything up that needs to be up. I know, it's a lot, but we will have it, and it will happen. Poop? Why poop? I don't know poop. Anyway, we'll be here in a second. We're jumping into Tuna Chip stream now.
Put another one in. You got a consonant.
What
the
up?
letter S.
The letter S? What's going on? Hold on. Give me a second.
We were doing the Wordle really quick while you were.
Oh, continue while I set up my.
Absolutely. So we have the letter Z. We have the letter S. Femcell, you can't ban that many letters. You just pick one letter. That's the way it works. Which letter do you want to ban? Insane. With greed. Bound up with greed. It's not for each 500. You just ban one letter. P. Okay. We got our letters in. E, A, Z, S, P. Somebody in here is a sleeper agent for the believer cabal. We know that for a fucking fact. Because there's no other reason that you ban the letter Z unless you had insider knowledge. And this is Wordle Unlimited. So
this insider knowledge is important.
These sleeper agents, I swear to God.
I guess my chat has done it before. Don't look at my chat, okay, gang, because they're giving.
I'm not looking at your chat. I'm not looking at your
chat. Giving
okay.
answers.
Here's what we're doing, and in fact, Whick, so that you can have access. Let me go ahead and just. Here we go. I think I can give you this. Virtual camera. I can choose a source. I will send you the tall monitor as a source. Start virtual camera. It will not work. Oh, wait, it might work. It wanted not to work. There it is.
Okay, now we have it.
Okay, chat. Thank you so much for banning the letters, doubters. We begin now. Let me pull up my banned letters sheet so I don't accidentally fuck it all. Okay, so let's toss that down there. Oh my god! Oh
man,
my
I feel like I'm interrupting your Wordle thing. Like I feel bad.
No, you're not. It'll be over in any moment, brother. And then we can talk about Ukraine.
Okay.
You see, this is what people need: a little joie de vivre, a little escape from the terror that is. Let's be real. Online.
It's a lot, yeah.
Fake politic.
It is good to have breaks. It is good to have things that get us out of ourselves, right? And Wordle.
I'm gonna try TROUT. We're gonna try trout because the tuna is back, baby. The fish has made a splash. Okay, we have the letter T in there. There's one T in there. You guys banned the two coolest vowels. I'm gonna be honest. This is gonna be hard. Silly is not allowed, but bling is totally legal. We'll put bling in. Look at that. I'm basically your fucking uncle. I got a B, I got a T. I got Bitcoin, I got Bluetooth. I'm connecting to your headphones. Okay, what are we doing after this? A and E are definitely going to be on this word. So I have to think when myself on my head, you know, where are the A and T going to be? We got a T here. Let's try experimenting physically with the opposition. We're going to try some consonants. I'm not gated away from using D, and D is a good one. So we're going to say D, R. No, we want to backspace. D. Guys, we might be doomed. I might have been absolutely gated out of genius material. D-U-N-C-Y. Is Duncy a word? You know,
I don't think Duncy is a word. What is going on? Why can't you use certain words? Is your chat banning them?
So what we do, because the Wordle is too easy. The Wordle's too easy. You know that. You're a brain leet. You've got a 15-digit IQ. I know that you've been hanging out in the stratosphere talking to aliens and shit. So what we do, we let the doubters in this poll ban some letters.
Okay.
Make it harder for me. There's certain stipulations and holdbacks. But yes, we're going to try... D is too complicated. But you know what isn't? C-H-I-M-P. We can't use P. The P of all letters.
Can you use E? Can you use chime?
You know what? I can't use E, but I can use U-M-Y. Chummy. Chummy.
Not a word.
You're going to tell me that's a double M word? You
it
son of a bitch. Okay. We're going to say... I want chunk.
Chunk?
I want chunk so bad.
How about chunk? Like a chunk of meat.
Yeah, I can get the letter K.
But the N's there, and you already used N, right?
So. Yeah, but I'm willing to wait. I have to waste my vowels anyway. We're trying out chunk. Hallelujah! Sweet Mother Mary! I think that I know the word.
Let's get it! What we got?
I think I know what the word is.
What is it?
I think it's batch.
Oh, shit.
I think that it's a hot batch of shit. And I'm about to drop a fucking white phosphorus dump stream on the doubters. Can you hear me? It is the final guess. That means that I get to use the banned letter. And is it batch? The weed smokers win. The weed smokers win.
Hey, look at you go.
Abortion has finally been made legal, and it's because I... solved the Wordle. Speaking of which, how are you feeling about this Ohio news, Whick?
Oh man, it's great. Look, they kicked it back to the states to decide, and then Ohio made the right call, and it looks like across the board people have made it. Can we talk about the Tuesday election for a minute?
Yeah, for sure, man. Of course.
Kentucky governor runs re-election. Democrat W. Pennsylvania, they did well.
Big dub.
Democrat W. Virginia Senate goes blue. Democrat W. This Ohio abortion thing, W. Right? Look, everyone who's saying, oh, Biden's cooked, and look at Biden's and the Democrats' response to Israel, Palestine, is going to cook them. We have no evidence of that. And in fact, we have counter evidence to that. I think it's just more and more evidence. And right, like this is white pilling me right now that all the crazies, right? All the people on Twitter, the twit progs, don't matter at all. Like literally don't matter. The twit prog streamers literally don't matter. Liberalism is on the rise, baby. It's the end of history. Get with the program, okay?
I mean, liberalism is the word has never been used really in a super concentrated way. We constantly keep changing what we want to use the word for because it just means contemporary. It just means now. There's no way to get out of that fact. Like
I don't think anyone uses that in the political sense. It doesn't mean the now.
What do you mean? The word liberal?
Yeah. No one calls you a liberal because you believe in the now, right?
No, okay, so the reason that every leftist, when they say that you're a liberal, they mean that you're a status quo not political person. It's a way of saying that you're not political enough. Everybody that's on, like, I will admit, a lot of the right wing, they use liberal, but they start saying socialist because they know that liberal is a more tepid form of what they're trying to accuse you of. But it means contemporary. And the reason, whenever a right-wing person calls somebody a liberal, they're saying that this person has strayed from tradition. We were better before, and now the contemporary moment is being taken over by this terrible thing. Whenever a left-wing person says it, they're saying you're too of the moment. You're not enough of the future. It really just means you are of the moment.
Tuna.
Yes.
I hate to do this. Lycan's like, I'm ready, I'm wanting in. And this,
no, get him in.
I have to jump to my server
no,
for
that's
that,
what I'm saying.
unfortunately.
Hey,
but
I love having you.
I want to talk to you more about this. So after I'm done with Lycan, if you're still streaming, if you're still up, if you're still around, I'd love to pull you in and have a chat with this, because I think it's very cool.
We can absolutely talk after your Lycan stream. I'm going to be going for another 5 hours.
Oh, absolutely. Then we'll get it in.
Me,
we'll get it in. But for now, I will bid thee adieu, and I will jump into Lycan stream. Give me a second.
Love you.
Okay, gang, give me a second. Transition here. You know what? I don't even know if Lycan's in my server. Let me send him that invite. Here. We'll send him that invite. Accept the rules, jump backstage, I'll pull you in. Okay, we'll get this going. I like Tuna, to be clear. I'm glad he's off his doubles. I'm glad he's back in the rotation. Also, let me get my hood on, gang. I felt underdressed. Okay, my bald head is showing. Give me a second. Ah, speak of the devil. And the devil appears. Hello.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, can you turn yourself up just a smidge?
Give me a sec. I haven't done this in a while.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you.
How's that? Any better?
A little bit. Let me do it on my end too. Okay, countdown from 10 to 1. 10 to 1 for me.
And 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. I think we're good now. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to have a discussion.
Awesome.
What's up, man? What was the culinary project
delight for the
choice?
evening?
Yes.
Thanks for reminding me. I had to post it somewhere. It was a braised lamb shank and a bunch of different spices, cooked for about 4 or 5 hours. Then I threw it in the fridge overnight so those flavors could develop. And then today I reheated it, made a sauce out of the braising liquid, and put it on top of polenta.
Wow. You know what? Look, now I'm hungry. I just had some food, but now I'm like, man. I just had some microwave taquitos. It wasn't anything great, but it was quick and it was easy and it was ready to go, right? So, yeah.
I mean, taquitos, you say?
Yeah, taquitos. They just a Walmart brand, but it's really good. I enjoyed it.
I mean, that sounds delicious to me.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, I like them because it's something I can literally just before my stream throw it in and then pull it out, and then I'm
yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm a slut for that. I keep a freezer full of dumplings.
Okay.
Yeah, just nice little delicious freezer dumplings that are you can either throw them in a pan, cook them up that way, or you can steam them. It's super easy. Yeah. I'll eat them breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Sweet. Well, once you post that the delicious lamb shank, the braised lamb shank, let me know. I've always enjoyed seeing your culinary.
Are links allowed in your chat?
Jealous. Yeah, it should be.
All right, there you go, guys.
Boom, check it out, gang. But now that we've cooked some food, let's do some discourse cooking. Okay, let's cook some discourse.
Let's cook.
What do you so you reached out, you wanted to be on my show. I was arguing with Sunday and his cohorts. I'm gonna be clear. I'm not exactly sure what the critique here or what the discussion here. I have some ideas, but I wanna hear from you. I don't want to prime the pump, so to speak. I want to just horse's mouth it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I kind of came in with the same thought. Like I've seen some of your conversations with Socrates, with there are a bunch of people. Some dude named Kid Not Kin, I think.
Yeah.
The conversation you were having with Joe Lewis and all that. So I've seen a few of your conversations. So I kind of came here just with the general idea that you and I probably have some disagreements. You know, obviously we have had some disagreements.
Yeah, that's okay.
So I really wanted to. I know that you've been kind of seeking more information and just kind of like trying to figure out, you know, your stance on this bit by bit. I think I've seen you evolve a little bit in your stance, and I honestly, so for me, this issue about 4 years ago, 2019, I think, Abby Martin came on to the Joe Rogan podcast, and I used to be a voracious consumer of that podcast, and not so much anymore. But she came on and said some crazy stuff, and I was like, "Whoa, this is kind of insane," you know, because you know in America we're born and bred pro-Israel, right? Like both parties make it part of their platform. We understand it's the only democracy in the Middle East. It's the the ultimate ally for America over there, and so the idea of like Israel being bad in any way is like it's untenable. Why would that? But as I often do with a lot of things when I'm challenged. Just a little more background since you don't know me. I used to be a really, really conservative. I grew up Christian conservative, spent, not like the super fire and brimstone. Like oddly enough, I wasn't raised to hate gay people, just think that their lifestyle was bad. But never like a hateful kind of Christianity. But then some years later, my views on gay marriage changed. And from there, it was just like a slow trickle of, well, if I'm wrong about this, what else? And just year over year, the drug war was a big thing for me, learning about the origins of the drug war, learning about how the drug war has disproportionately affected certain groups of people, the intent behind the drug war, the drug policy and how that doesn't work, proper treatment policies, what actually works versus what we think, when we look at addicts and think, well, you guys just need to decide to stop doing drugs. Just that kind of ignorant mindset. Like a lot of that I've worked out over the years. So, but Israel, being very pro-Israel is something that I had never been challenged on. So then Abby Martin comes onto that Joe Rogan podcast and says some things, and I'm like, well, I'm going to spot check this stuff rather than just kind of close my ears, because that's kind of what I learned through that conservative to liberal and now a very progressive liberal
it's a wise
transformation.
Thing to do, but yes, go ahead.
So come about that time, she said something about like, I think this might have been in her 2021 podcast with him, said something about like prison rates or conviction rates, that there is a 98% conviction rate for all Palestinians. They are not given rights to due process that Israeli civilians are. They are not given rights to a speedy trial. A lot of those arrests are political.
Oh, just real quick.
Yeah.
You know what the conviction rate in the U.S. is, right?
No, what's that?
98%.
Yeah, but you know what we have? Due process.
Yes, I understand, but usually what happens is, well, we got our own problems in America. Like we offer deals to people, right? And I think this ups the conviction rate a lot. Like it doesn't go to trial unless we're sure that it has a leg to stand on, if you will. And that's why most trials end up in convictions and most charges end up sticking. Because people are offered deals like you plead guilty to this and we'll let you off.
Oh yeah,
there's a whole thing to it, right? So America isn't innocent in this, right? Like
no, we absolutely no, exactly. But
but carry on. I just wanted like that 98% sounds bad, but it's not. It's kind of standard.
It is when you think of the fact that we try to, for the most part, we don't have political prisoners. Every now and then a corporation can come along and screw someone that was trying to out them, right? But otherwise, we don't really have political prisoners here. We have a court run by civilians, jury of peers. In Palestine, it's a military court, right? These civilians are subjected to a military court. So just at that point, that 98% is a lot more nefarious than in our end. But the whole point being that, and they don't have a right to defense or any of that crap, like in the USA. So with all that, there were just more and more things I looked into. And then funny enough, like back in July, I had taken an interest in the subject again. At this point, my views had changed to just still Israel, great, deserves to have all the land they have, but the settlements are bad. And that's where a lot of people sit right now, right? Settlements are bad, don't do that stuff, whatever. And that was about it, but I started to do some research again. And then come a week before this, I was talking to Straighterade and I was like, a week before October 7th, I was like, what's going to be the next crazy thing, like the next Ukraine, the next thing that like really just kind of shakes the world, defines the news cycle for a long time. And I shit you not, 6 days later, the Hamas attack happened. So that's kind of lit a fire under my ass as far as wanting to, read more, do more research. And in the ensuing weeks, I've read a lot of articles. I've read excerpts from books, and in doing so, I've come to read some full books in the last couple weeks. And a lot of the stuff that I found on myself.
If I may.
Let's see, Method and Madness by Finkelstein, and
just DM the links to me, because I'm always looking for more information, right? I'm always looking for more stuff. So send me the links, or if you want to post them in the chat, that's fine. I just want to know where the foundation's coming from. Does that make sense? Right?
Well, so I can do that, and so I will say that Finkelstein kind of helps to give what do you call it, like a consolidation, because a lot of the stuff that Finkelstein uses, whether it's from human rights groups or various news sources, are before I read his book. Those are sources I kind of came to already. So let me get you got Method of Madness, Amazon. I'll link that, and that's going in your chat. And then what's the other one? Gaza Inquest. Let's see. Boom. All right, I'll link that one now.
Okay, sweet.
So these are good because if you were to just go through the appendix at the end, or the citations pages, the bibliography, that's where a lot of the stuff I've come to. So the human rights organizations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Haaretz, journalism, New York Times, bunch of different sources. So it really just started with like a rabbit hole, right? Like, I've heard I'm hearing Israel is doing bad things to the Palestinian people. Where do I start? And so it's like, well, let's look up war crimes. Let's look up, crimes against humanity, if there are any. Let's look up the blockade, try to understand that. Let's understand the operations that have taken place year over year. And it's just kind of led me to this. If I were to summarize my position now, is that in the discourse happening, a lot of attention is being diverted away from the fact that disproportionate force, indiscriminate bombings, all those things are being utilized right now in Gaza.
You say, let's talk about this indiscriminate bombings. What evidence do you have of this?
Okay, so I mean, I can start, like, I can go from my military experience, or I can go by UN definitions.
Whichever you want. It's all up to you.
So when it comes to, let's see, I think 44% of structures, I don't know if it's in North Gaza or all of Gaza. So I will try to be very honest and couch where I'm not 100% recalling the source.
And let's be clear, I just want to be clear to my audience. There's a lot of fog of war here, right? Like, no one here has accurate, exact information. We can only go on the numbers we've seen from other sources, from other people. But even then, unless it's like, there are no official numbers out that I'm aware of, right? For casualty rates, bombing rates, etc. We can find anecdotes, or not anecdotes, but slivers of data here and there. But just keep that in mind.
So let's go with this. On October 12th, the IDF themselves reported that they had launched 4,000 tons of explosives onto Gaza. Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas in the world, one of the most. It's a 5 by 25.
2.2 million, correct?
2.3 million, if I understand.
2.3 million. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And those 4,000 bombs that they dropped,
4,000 tons.
4,000 tons.
So,
how many did they kill?
I mean, up to the 12th, I think it was, by that point, over 1,500.
That's a lot.
But
if it was
massacre. Indiscriminate. Right? So let's talk about indiscriminate. So
please.
Indiscriminate bombing, when it comes to the international law, indiscriminate bombing is with little to no regard for civilians or civilian structures.
There's a law of armed combat, right, that you're referring to, right?
Law of armed conflict,
and there's
yes.
3 kind of categories that say what is legitimate, or what makes a target something that you can bomb from the air. There's 3 things, right? And you know what? I should have pulled this up, but give me a second.
While you look that up, the
Please
gist would
continue on.
be,
Yeah, I didn't mean to
the gist.
interrupt, but I want to.
No, you're fine.
Yeah.
So the gist would be for what you're going to look up is that there has to be a military advantage, and it can't just be wanton destruction. There has to be a reason to blow up whatever structure you're taking out. If there is a direct threat posed, if there is an explicit strategic advantage to be gained, for instance,
Military necessity, distinction, and proportionality. Are the three things. But go on.
we will
please.
talk about proportionality. So, so when it comes to again, so a 155 millimeter mortar shell fired from the M109 howitzer that they use, that mortar shell has a kill radius of 50 to 75 meters and a casualty radius of 150 meters. So think about the significance of that size, right? That's a big freaking range. 50 meters is 150 feet. That's a lot of destruction. So they're shelling buildings. They're using airdrops as well. So there are different missiles being used.
And to be clear, the most densely populated city in the region. Well, maybe not the most, but it's a 2.3 million and a 5x5 box, basically.
Exactly. So if you were using predetermined targets, which they were using immediately, targets they already wanted to take out, you're doing that in a highly dense area. You really do not have on the the international stage a good defense to say you are not indiscriminately bombing. When you launch since I think it was as of 8 days ago, they had launched more mortar shells, rockets bombs and rockets into Gaza than had. I think it might just be shells, which is still pretty significant because that means there's all that other munitions. Than the Afghanistan war for 20 years into one of the most densely populated areas. It just stands on its face as an indiscriminate bombing campaign.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why. Right? If it was indiscriminate, like because of those numbers you meant, like they have a 150 meter kill radius, right? You would have to be inept to not even if they weren't taking some care to this. And we can argue, and I would agree with you, that they're not taking enough care. So I guess I'll start with this. If you think I'm here to say that everything the IDF is doing is justified, you're wrong. I don't. I condemn it, right? Especially some of the targetings they've done on refugee camps and things like that. I think that's atrocious. It's a war crime, and they should be held accountable for it. But when you say things like that this is the regular, that's just what they're doing, just carte blanche over the whole course of the thing, I think that's unfair. I think that's wrong, factually. Again, if they wanted to kill as many as possible, or if they just did not care and they weren't using any kind of safety mechanisms or any kind of way to limit civilian casualties, that number that we have, that 10,000 number, Palestinian civilians, you would add a couple zeros there. Because again, you have this large radius of bombs, 4,000 tons of bombs being dropped from the air on these targets. Now you can argue that some of these targets were not appropriate and things like that, and that's fair. And I would agree with you probably on some of them. But to say that they are just indiscriminately bombing it just falls flat, right?
So not really. I mean, that's a common misconception that indiscriminate bombing is going to mean excessive civilian casualties on a grand scale, like the Tokyo firebombing, the bombing of Dresden, etc. But at the end of the day, 10,000. We're a month in, just over a month in, and before that 30-day mark, we hit 10,000 civilian casualties.
Terrific.
I'm sorry. You know what? I need to withdraw that a little bit. We've hit 10,000 casualties, but if we go historically, it's usually about an 80-20 split. 80% civilian, 20% enemy combatant. That's off of and then when we talk about numbers and people questioning the numbers, for the last 5 to 6 engagements between Palestine and Israel, the numbers, for the most part, that are reported by the Palestinian Health Administration tend to be pretty in concert with Israel and independent groups. Hamas numbers will be, or
numbers. Yeah.
Palestinian numbers will be a little higher. Israeli numbers will be a little lower. And then the human rights groups and the United Nations come in and usually sit about in the middle.
Yeah,
but 10,000 people.
I have no problem believing that number. I think that's Yeah, it
But
stands to
when
reason
we
to
talk
me.
about accuracy, so I wanted to get the give me 1 second.
Take your time.
I don't have it
So,
on this
so let
computer.
me explain for my audience what proportionality is, at least according to the definition of the laws of armed combat, right? So, and you can say that this is not a good definition, or you don't like this definition, or this not definition, but in plain speak, the three principles that you have to comply with in order to meet the legal justification for using aerial bombardment on a target are military necessity, distinction, and proportionality. What are those? So, military necessity. An attack or action must be intended to help in the military defeat of the enemy. So it has to be a military target. Okay. Necessity, it must be an attack on a military objective. And the proportionality portion is the harm caused to civilians or civilian property. So it's not just lives, it's property at the same time, right? Must be proportional and not excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. So whether or not it actually ends up being relation like proportional isn't the bar. It's, do you have a reasonable anticipation that this strike will be not excessive when it comes to property and damage? Now, different countries use a different calculus for this. For some countries like Norway, the civilian death that makes that okay is 0, right? For America, it's much higher, okay? And different countries will have different calculuses that they use for this, right? But this calculus is happening. It is something that they are trying to apply. Again, you can argue that it's not enough, that it's not that they're not taking enough care, and you would like to see that calculus change, and that's fair. But that's a different thing than calling it indiscriminate or even calling it a war crime. Now, again, some of these targets look, again, I don't have all the data, but the strike they did on that refugee camp the other day, that looks to me like a war crime. It does not look justified. But to call, well, let me just ask you this. Do you think every single strike that they have done in Gaza has been a war crime?
Every strike?
Yes, every of these bombings, every building bombed, every time they've targeted something in Gaza and struck it, has it all been just across the board been a war
Every
crime?
single one? No. But
Okay.
with the
What would
level
you
of
consider your
destruction,
the percentage?
well, so it's with the percentage,
Yeah,
fucking
guess.
90.
90. So 90% of the targets that they have, in your opinion, 90% of the targets have been war crimes.
An indiscriminate bombing of civilian structures is a war crime. It's not a violation, it's a war crime. Disproportionate force is a war crime.
Okay, so in your opinion, and what you're claiming here, is that 90% of the structures that they have bombed have not met that definition of proportionality, necessity, or what was the other one? I forget the other one. But those three laws of armed combat, the three things, 90%. That's an astronomical number.
This is
it's a guess.
an entirely
I understand. It's a
guesstimate,
guess,
right? Yeah, but I'm going off of things like the amount of ammunition dropped and the fact that I believe it's 44% of Palestinian structures have been razed or damaged.
Sure.
That is disproportionate and that is out of control.
It would only be disproportionate if we can show that those weren't, again, occupied or used by Hamas. I guess let's bring it down to kind of talk to you about, like, if you have a group of Hamas in a school, okay, there's children in that school. Say there's 20 children, 10 Hamas members.
You cannot bomb that school unless there is an explicit strategic necessity to do so.
So those Hamas members from the school are firing rockets into your civilian area, right? They're firing at your wives and your kids, right? They're firing at your husbands. Okay. At what point can you bomb that and stop them from doing that?
Well, I mean, considering the fact that Hamas rocket attacks over the last, I want to say 20 years, but I'll go ahead and say 17, because it's about 17 years ago. 2005 is when I really started a lot of my research. I'm pretty sure that the number of civilian deaths through rocket attacks have been 36. So at that point, unless you say one is too many, and every single
Why
time they
why
do
are
it,
they
no matter
so
where they do it,
why are they so low?
because well, a few reasons. So I think the it's 2003 I think to 2014 that the that was 30 deaths. So there might be some more in recent history, but at the end of the day, they still continue to be way lower than any destruction that Israel lays upon Gaza. But
Certainly. I mean,
why do they stay low? So experts have said, and Finkelstein has used the words, glorified fireworks, right? And that's because, you know, even the Israeli press or defense minister, I think it might have been, has basically said, we have, you know, they're launching basically rods, like there aren't even explosives in some of these. There are weapons experts who have analyzed the weaponry that they used in these rockets, which, by the way, I should note that the United Nations has deemed a war crime. The Goldstone report did call the use of indiscriminate weapons a war crime by Hamas. But one of the reasons
a double war crime. I've read that report because they said it was also a war crime that they used civilian structures to fire out from it. Right? That was
that is a
UN report.
Which report?
I can get you. Hold on, give me a second. This was linked to me, but this was a UN report on Hamas. Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I kept these all in one place. That would be wise, right?
You know, your setup kind of looks like you're a school teacher and you're streaming from your desk.
No, this is just because I don't know. I'm using a specific corner of my domicile, and yeah, I had this intending to write stuff on it, but I realized that no one can see when I write things on it. I've tried a few times, so it's just a thing. But anyway, like the report.
So why
okay, here we go.
That up?
Here we are. Hamas rocket fire is a double war crime, and this is from the General Assembly Human Rights Council in July, from 21 to June to 9 July 2021. Hamas commits double war crimes by targeting Israeli civilians and using its own civilians as human shields, and it goes into the whole thing. So yeah.
And this is a UN report?
UN report, yes, sir.
What was the date?
I'll just send it to you.
Oh, I just mean because I'm curious because I've read some reports. And
2021.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, please send me that because that one isn't one I've read.
I understand.
But so to answer your question further, why there are so few deaths, Israel also has a significant early warning system and shelters for these attacks. So they have the infrastructure to be defended quite heavily against these.
Why don't Gazans?
Because Gazans have no money. Because after the 2006 election, when Hamas was elected to 74 seats of the parliament, an illegal blockade was engaged by Israel and then backed by the U.S. and the European Union, effectively strangling the government, giving them zero chance to have any kind of hope of creating an economy, creating any sort of state, and that has led to a lot of the issues we see today.
Do you think
a lot more details
they don't have money?
between then and now. That is one of the major reasons. Absolutely, they have no commerce.
Hamas gets
blocked
literally millions of dollars a year
in aid. Yes. They get millions of dollars in aid. It is a country of 2.3 million people. I think 1.5.
What is Hamas doing with that aid? Are they helping the people? Are they building bomb shelters? The concrete that they got sent to build bomb shelters, because they aren't being sent. Just real quick, they aren't being, because this is the thing, right? And I don't know why people don't acknowledge this. That Hamas is getting resources, money, aid, but they are using that aid in order to build tunnels, weapons, and other things, instead of the infrastructure that would be necessary to protect their people. So again, we can say that IDF is still bad. Like, this doesn't excuse the IDF and what it's doing, but we have to remember that, like, in this scenario, Hamas is also victimizing Palestinians, victimizing Gazans, and is absolutely responsible for the deaths that are occurring right now. This doesn't excuse Israel. This doesn't excuse the IDF, but it absolutely must be kind of drilled down that Hamas are bad guys. I don't know.
The
blockade, thank you for the raid, by the way.
The blockade, more so than Hamas use of funds, is the bigger detriment to their economy and safety.
Okay,
also,
why do you say that?
Real quick to address your point about safety and whatnot, the tunnels, which are used to, they go mostly through Gaza. When Egypt had, 1,000-something tunnels coming out their other end, when Hamas was going to try to, do some shenanigans down there, they blew up the tunnels that were in Egypt. They didn't blow up the tunnels that were in Gaza. Israel blew up the 11, 18, something like that, tunnels that went into Israel, and then blew up a shit ton within Gaza. So Israel effectively neutralized a significant self-defense system that Hamas had created.
Tunnels weren't for self-defense, though.
No, they absolutely were. For the sake of invading IDF, yes, they were for self-defense.
Hold on. So maybe I didn't hear you correctly. So you were saying that the Gazans built the tunnels to defend their people, the Gazans, from aerial attacks?
No, from aerial attacks? No. I'm saying they built them to defend against ground invasions.
So that the people can shelter in there? The Gazans? The Palestinians?
No, so they can attack. It is a self-defense mechanism.
Okay. So to protect the Hamas soldiers from IDF attack.
Mm-hmm. The soldiers of the
okay, no,
the
I
Gaza
agree with
government.
that. That they did. They built those tunnels so that they could hide from the IDF and be safe. Where did
not
those
just be
tunnels?
safe? Like, to be clear, because I'm not mincing words. Not just to be safe. During Operation Protective Edge, for the first time,
do their firing and stuff. Yeah.
For the first time, they were actually able to inflict significant casualties on the IDF. And at the end of the day, if the IDF's occupation of Gaza, which maintains to this day, the pullout in 2005 is considered by all international law an occupation. It was not a full-on withdrawal. They just redeployed to the perimeters of the country, or rather the territory. And the creation of the tunnels, at the end of the day, gave them a combat advantage.
Sure. But again, the question is, why are Gazans not protected? Why don't they have any protection? It's because Hamas decided not to build stuff for them, but to build stuff for Hamas, right? You can argue whether they're offensive or defensive or both in nature. That's fine. But the aid, money, and material that is sent to Hamas, who is the de facto government of Gaza, has not been used to protect Gazans, has not been used to help Gazans. And in fact, Gazans are suffering under horrendous tax rates. A lot of their aid is stolen from them directly by Hamas, right? The stuff that does get through, and it's not enough, to be clear, people need to send more, right? But the stuff that does get through is often just straight up taken by Hamas and used for their own purposes. Like every atrocity that Hamas has done towards Israelis on October 7th, they first practiced to their own people in Gaza. Like they threw them off roofs, dude. Right? Like after because they didn't win in 2006 election, they failed to win a majority. They only won a plurality. And so they conducted in 2007 a violent coup where they came in, took the leadership of the Gazan people and threw them off the roof. They gave them flying lessons, right? These people have never been, right? Never been a hero of Gaza or a hero of Palestine. They are a state-sponsored death cult that wants to, and again, they have said this, they want to wipe out all the Jews in Israel through any means necessary.
To be clear, I never said
no,
Hamas
just real
were
quick
heroes.
if I finish. And even if that means like sacrificing every single Palestinian to do that, they will absolutely do that. Now, again, right? I don't think you're simping for Hamas here. I don't. I'm not loving that accusation against you. But what I'm trying to what we're discussing today is the IDF, right? Is their bombing indiscriminate? And these tunnel systems, right, that they're using to attack IDF wind all through Gaza, like a network of spider tunnels, okay? So when you say 90% of the strikes that they've done against these buildings have been indiscriminate, not justified, I'm just wondering why your guess is so high. Because if you had said like 20, 30%, okay, I could vibe with that. But 90%, man, like you understand that these targets are, again, today, they are firing rockets from these targets at innocent Israeli civilians. And you could say, oh, they're probably not going to be effective. But yo, that's a hard thing to ask when someone's like shooting rockets at you. To say, like, what do you want them to do? Just nothing?
I mean, so proportionality, first and foremost. Second of all, like I said, I'm not here to say Hamas are heroes, but, kind of give a matter of fact account of, in particular, the four operations I'm most familiar with: Cast Lead, Brother's Keeper, Protective Edge, and to talk about the history of Israeli policies. Are you familiar with the Dahiya Doctrine?
No, educate me, please.
So in the Second Lebanon War with Israel, some Hezbollah chucklefucks decided to come over the border and kidnap 2 Israeli soldiers. I believe they wanted to exchange them for prisoners. And then Israel really wanted to, there's some back and forth with them, and they want to draw Lebanon into the war. So they start to shell the fuck out of a Beirut village. In doing so, they hit a school, kill 66 children. And after that part, they continue to fight. But Hezbollah scared the shit out of them. And I don't mean because, they're the party of God or whatever. They were actually a force that Israel would have had to have genuinely contended with, unlike the slaughter they can do in Gaza. So instead of just targeting Hezbollah and fighting the Lebanese, they went after Lebanese civilians and infrastructure, and they codified the Dahiya Doctrine. And this isn't made up. This isn't conspiracy theory. This was something that was bragged about by the Israeli Minister of Defense and the government. And it's basically the policy of, and let me just read it explicitly so I'm not misquoting it. Let's see. I don't have the quote. But it was 𝕾𝖍𝖙, and he basically said, we are going to do everything we can, borderline terrorizing people, in order to ensure that they never want to fuck with us again. So instead of taking the fight to the people, or to the militants, we will take the fight to the people and force the militants to stop. Asymmetric warfare, disproportionate attacks like that are war crimes, plain and simple.
I agree.
And that is what's happened in Operation Cast Lead. That's what happened in Operation Protective Edge, and that is what is happening right now. As we hit the 1 month mark, 10,000 people dead, and the destruction or damaging of 44% of civilian infrastructure.
I don't think that's true, and I'll tell you why, right? Because again, if they wanted to just target so you've seen the images and the photos of thousands of Gazans being escorted, protected, while they are led south to safety by IDF tanks and forces, right? You've seen that? Again, if they were trying to terrorize those civilians, they would have bottled them up.
Nope, because after 2008, 2009, that's the end of, 2009 was the end of Cast Lead. Then comes the Goldstone Report. The Goldstone Report, for anyone that Googles it and does a lot of lazy research, they'll research it and say, oh, well, it was retracted. No. Goldstone came out and gave a watered down retraction, but in his retraction doesn't actually condemn anything that he said in the past. He doesn't retract any specific points. Everything in the Goldstone Report at the time of his retraction was actually further validated by human rights organizations and UN inspectors.
Okay, well, this was 2008?
And this is at the end of 2009.
Okay, 2009.
That Goldstone Report.
Let's deal with today.
Well, no,
correct?
Because this is all important, because this all speaks to a pattern of behavior from Israel. So 2009, the Goldstone Report happens, and at one point, I believe it was Netanyahu said we face 3 great threats: Iran, rockets from Hezbollah and Hamas, and the Goldstone Report. And at the end of the day, it was even a threat to the United States. Hillary Clinton said that, under this report, America itself might face, war crimes, which may be a fucking just, accusation after our time in Iraq and Afghanistan. At the end of the day, the report showed a funny thing. Hamas didn't use human shields. Israel did. That was one of the big things to come out of the report. Indiscriminate bombing campaigns, direct intentional targeting of civilians, and targeting of civilian infrastructure.
Wait, so is your claim that Hamas doesn't use human shields?
Do you know what a human shield is?
Yes.
What?
Okay, if you are firing rockets out of a school, you're using human shields, and their school is occupied by civilians. That's human shields.
If you are conscripting or launching from a place with the intent for the enemy to not target you, yes, that is a human shield. And since 2014, like I said, my significant knowledge kind of starts to peter off after that point. Since 2014, that may be the case, but up to 2014, only Israel in Operation Cast Lead and Protective Edge had ever used a human shield. Now, another thing to be considerate of is the fact that...
Wait. No, you understand that Hamas, or the Hamas equivalent at the time, I think it was the PLO at the time, but a Hamas-like organization, they would strap bombs to themselves, right? Run up and... No, it's not a human shield. I guess you're right. It's not a human shield. But they would strap bombs to kids, put them in the school bus, and blow them up, right? In Israel, right? That happened. That's bad. Yeah. So maybe it's not a human shield. Maybe you're correct. But to say, oh, IDF, they're the only ones that are using these human shields and ignoring the fact that these terrorist groups, right, are blowing kids up in order to kill Israeli citizens. This is my problem here, is this asymmetry. We can hold IDF to this impossible standard, or a very high standard, but Hamas or its other the PLO, the PIJ, etc. You know what? We're not gonna talk about that. That's too distracting from Israel.
No,
that's distracting
let's be really
from
clear.
Israel, right?
Let's be really clear. I'm holding no water for terrorist actions of Hamas whatsoever. But what I am doing is saying that there's a disproportionate focus put on Hamas when, yes, the more militarily advantaged nation, the one that has explicitly said we use asymmetric warfare.
Yeah, and again, Stratcom NATO has confirmed the use of human shields by Hamas since at latest 2007. So, and I'll send you the report right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the PDF. Hold on. Yeah, I'll just hopefully this works for you. I don't know if it will, but there you go.
Give me 1 second. Does this work? It do be working.
But see, in like, so this is the thing. You'll say something, right? Like Hamas has, like, only the IDF has used human shields, and then we'll look into it and we'll scratch it a little bit, and well, no, that's just not true, right? IDF indiscriminate bombing. We scratch it a little bit. Oh, that's just not true, right? And this is my frustration, because I'm not a Zionist.
No, go one by one.
Just
go
real
one
quick,
by one.
real quick. Let me finish and I'll let you go. Like, I'm just trying to express my frustration here, because every time, like, people will do this thing where, like, oh, we're going to present you with a fact, and I'm like, oh, okay, let's look at this. Oh, this looks really bad, and then I just scratch it just a little bit. And it turns out, well, no, that's not exactly what is happening here. So that's just my frustration right now. Go ahead.
Give me one example.
Again, the human shields. Only IDF has used, this is something you said on my stream just not 5 minutes ago. Only the IDF up till 2014 was the only people to use human shields. But then we scratched that and we found out, and I don't think you're lying. I think you just didn't know. And that I'm not saying you're lying.
So this said in 2007, as of 2007, I'll have to look at this, but one, the source is a U.S. source, not necessarily to be distrusted. I assume this is from Stratcom, like American Strategic Command, right? Okay. So as far as the report spanning between 2008 to 2014, which is Protective Edge, Brother's Keeper, Pillar of Defense, and Protective Edge, only Israel was found by the United Nations and human rights organizations to have used human shields. But another thing to think about is there is another thing, which is not a war crime, but a violation of international law, which is disregard for civilians. Both IDF and Hamas have done so. That is when you engage in warfare in areas where it puts civilians at harm. So there's a significant difference. One is to take in either conscripting or engaging from a certain place where you don't expect to be bombed because the other side isn't going to want to bomb those people. The other one is just a disregard for human life. One's a war crime, one's a violation. Both are pretty fucking awful.
Can I ask, is there any scenario or situation that you think it would be justified for a country to bomb an enemy city, a populated enemy city?
It would have to be tied to a significant military or survival need.
So after October 7th, when Hamas broke in and killed all those people, and then they said, hey, we're going to keep doing this, and we're going to keep doing this again and again. Do you not think that, and rightly or wrongly, you could say Israel's calculus here is wrong, but do you not think that the people of Israel and the government of Israel at this point is saying, you know what? I don't know if we can live with these people next to us. I think they have to go, right?
That's not their right to say. Their blockade is illegal. The fighting their right to
And
self-determination
by these people, I
is
mean
illegal.
Hamas, to be clear, not the people
No,
of
I'm talking
Palestine.
about the people
Hamas.
of Gaza.
Okay, well, I'm talking about Hamas, not the
Right.
people of Gaza.
Right.
So,
But at one point,
but
they
the
were
people
the
of Hamas,
democratically elected government. And
well,
at that
again,
point, they chose to
no,
employ.
they
Yes.
they received a plurality but not a majority, and they violently cooed the other people in power at the time in 2007. So they weren't they did receive a plurality, but it was not enough to, because it's not first past the post there, right? They didn't need to just get 51%. They're good, right? It was proportionality right there. I'm not 100% like with the ins
coup
and
was
outs.
after the blockade, though.
Huh?
The coup was after the blockade.
Yeah,
So they
I
took,
mean, yes, this is after all that.
that's a significant, huge impact on that country.
Sure, the blockade has impacted that country. I'm not arguing against it, but what
Right,
I'm saying
right.
is, you're saying that they were just elected. Again, they
were
received a
elected.
plurality once, and then they again threw everyone else that was also
No, we're
elected
talking
out the roof.
sure, but we're talking about
It's just
that
weird
moment
to
in
say that
history.
they're elected. I don't know.
We're talking that moment in history when the West, led by the United States, encouraged them to hold an election. They hold an election. 74 seats go to Hamas. 44 seats, 45 seats go to Fatah. Then a few seats mixed out throughout for the rest. But at the end of the day, as soon as that government was elected and Hamas had a significant portion of the parliament, the blockade was enacted not long after. That has a huge impact on that country. That is illegal, and it violates their right to self-determination, and it harms the people of Gaza. Commerce, building relationships, recognition on the international stage, all of that harmed by Israel's blockade.
Why do you think they blockaded? What events caused? Like, do you think Israel just hated them and wanted to blockade them?
Hamas at the time has shown at that time, and was showing in later times leading up to other operations, a willingness to work for peace. Before Protective Edge, they made significant concessions, which included acknowledging Israel as a country, as well as agreements to lay down arms and disengage from violence. If you look at the precursor to Operation Brother's Keeper, I'm sorry. Let's go to Cast Lead. In Cast Lead, there was a ceasefire that Hamas had worked very hard to maintain. And aside from a few, disparate rebel groups, whether Hamas competitors or rogue entities within Hamas, Hamas proper was agreeing and keeping in with the ceasefire. And then Israel violates the ceasefire with a nighttime raid, kills 6 or 8 Hamas fuckers, and then surprise, surprise, Hamas retaliates with more rockets, doing little to no significant damage, but then leading to a massacre of Palestinians.
Yeah, fair enough, right?
Disproportionate,
Again,
asymmetric, illegal.
The reason I'm asking you these questions, right, is because, well, first of all, I can't speak to that particular incident. I just can't. I'm not as familiar with it as you are. I am familiar with what is happening today. But I am familiar also with the general practices of Hamas, PLO, PIJ, other such organizations up to them. From 2000 to 2005, right, 140 successful suicide bombers were, again, gotten out of these, the Gaza specifically, to Israeli targets and civilian targets. That's the successful ones. That's not the ones that they stopped, or the ones they prevented. Those are the ones that actually did damage, killed people, got through. If that was happening, right, in any other area, I don't think we would be calling them out for enforcing a border, right? Blockading them. Like, again, what are they supposed to do?
No, well, first of all, 2 things. One, suicide bombing, obviously fucking awful. I was in Iraq and Afghanistan. That shit happened all the fucking time. Yeah, absolutely terrible. But why do civilians have to pay for that?
They shouldn't have to. You're right. You're right. Like, I'm not justifying what Israel is doing in that, but at a certain point, why should Israeli civilians have to pay because we don't want to blockade or enforce a border, right? You're asking Israel to sacrifice its people to protect the people of Gaza, and that's fair, and I think they should to an extent. I agree, but you understand how that's a big ask.
So first thing is two things. One, the blockade is different from enforcing a border. The blockade was to cripple Gaza. Period. End of story.
That was the Hamas. Reason. Yes.
Well, Hamas is often used as as an excuse for doing horrible things to the Palestinian people in Gaza. So Hamas is there. Awful, yeah. Hamas is an awful organization, but like I said, there have been times where Hamas has been keeping the peace, has kept the ceasefire. There was a violation of a ceasefire, I think, leading up to, it might have been around either Pillar of Defense or Protective Edge, and Hamas, some rogue group went and did some bullshit as far as like some shells, some mortars, whatever. Hamas punished them themselves. Like there was a significant effort. Sure. So again, I go back to, we look at the totality of the last 20 years in relations, and we look at Israel. Here's the other thing. The cast lead. Israel said that it was to bomb a tunnel that was going to be used to capture some IDF soldiers, probably for a prisoner exchange or something. But then we learned that a year before, Israel had been planning the operation, and it seems very likely that they were just looking for a pretense in order to do it. So they...
Wait, you don't think Hamas, if they could have, would have absolutely come across the border and stolen civilians for hostages?
No, it's not civilians.
Or IDF? Well, I mean, but they did when they got the chance, right? They have. Like, we know from October 7th that they're more than willing to do that.
Sure, but in the time
sure, but what? So why are we saying that this is like out of the realm of possibility that they were planning to do that a few years ago?
Because we don't go off the realm of possibility. At the end of the day, Israel broke the ceasefire, provoked an attack from Hamas, and then retaliated with disproportionate force.
Sure.
So if you want to say there were some hellfires dropped in some key Hamas locations and like a handful of civilians died, fine. But at the end of cast lead, 1,400 lay dead. 500 of which were 250 Hamas, 250 Palestinian police, and 900 civilians.
Even one civilian
number
death
of which were children, a significant number of which were under the age of like 13.
But the question you have to ask is, if they did not bomb that tunnel, if they did not strike that target, how many others would have died? And we can't know. It's an impossible question to answer, right? We don't know, right? Maybe nothing would have happened. But I think we have, again, power of hindsight 2020, significant evidence to suggest that if Hamas was allowed access to Israel proper and was able to carry out their plan, it's likely that it would have been a bloodbath for the Israelis. And the evidence that I will point to you to say that that is likely the case, I'm not certain that's the case, but that is likely to have happened, is that it actually did happen not even a month ago. Or just
Israeli intelligence should be able, and when on the world stage they break the ceasefire, Israeli intelligence should be able to validate that this was, yes, indeed, a credible threat, and we neutralized it.
Okay, so again, are you saying that that's not what Israel says, that it was a credible threat and we neutralized it? Isn't did I hear you wrong? And it was possibly I could have, that was their justification for doing the strike and breaking the ceasefire, is that they had
their justification that
they had intelligence that there was a credible threat from these tunnels, that they were going to break in, capture some IDF soldiers, and do some other things, right? Like, that was the justification they gave, yes?
It was a poorly substantiated justification, yes.
But you say it's poorly substantiated, and yet, we saw when they did have the ability to carry out a similar strike, they massacred 1,200 Israeli civilians.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know, I misspoke. 1 second. Checking my sources.
Please.
The pretext for the raid was that Israel had detected a tunnel in Gaza that might have been intended for use to capture another Israeli soldier. That's why I'm saying that was poorly justified. They didn't say we had a credible threat. They said might have been used. So in doing so, to destroy that tunnel,
credible threat to me.
No, the existence of the tunnel is not a credible threat. The existence of the tunnel isn't a justification to break the ceasefire.
Well, let me ask you. If today Israel detected a tunnel out of Gaza, a Hamas tunnel out of Gaza that led up into an
You
Israeli
seal it.
settlement.
You do what Egypt did to the 1,000 tunnels in their country. You seal
think it would have
from the
been
side of
okay
Israel.
to strike it? Right.
To strike the tunnel on their side? Yes. To strike the side of the tunnel in Gaza and kill people and break the ceasefire? Absolutely not.
Okay.
But like, let's even say for argument's sake, I said credible threat. They had intelligence and they went forth and did it.
Sure.
Then they take rocket attacks and take little to no casualties or damage from those rocket attacks. I don't even, actually, I want to say that in the retaliation, I don't even think anyone died in the retaliation from Hamas. And this is before the Iron Dome. So then they turn around and they kill 900 civilians. They go on a bloody rampage, explicitly targeting too, not just an indiscriminate bombing campaign, which they were found guilty of, but also explicitly targeting civilians.
By the ICC?
No, found guilty as in independent human rights organizations in the United Nations investigation. The Goldstone report, which cites Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, gotcha. And then a significant amount of reporting that was done around this subject.
But the ICC, right?
No. I'm sorry. If we're quarreling over the use of the word guilty, no, they were found to have done these things.
Sure. I just didn't know. Like, I didn't know if they were held. Because this is a problem here. And the reason I'm asking isn't gotcha, is it's like, I don't know if they were ever held in international court over this.
Warrants were issued for a few people. And then as that happened, there's a whole thing where like 2 months before the Goldstone report was retracted, Goldstone is giving a speech and he's basically just like reinforcing everything. And then in 2 months, something happens and he comes back and issues his retraction. But again, like I said, he provides no evidence that actually proves. He says, in light of new evidence, but none is provided. And again, independent verification from UN sources.
Wait, so Goldstone retracted this report?
Yeah. I said that before.
Okay.
It was very explicit. But he retracts the report, but doesn't actually justify the retraction.
Okay.
And then independent human rights organizations further verified, had additional information confirming his report.
Okay. But again, right, I understand that again, I'm not defending IDF here in the fact that they have absolutely done things that they absolutely shouldn't have. They're war crimes, they're atrocities, crimes against humanity. Netanyahu's a murderer and he has blood on his hands. I'll cop to all that, right? But my issue is that you, like, coming out of the gate saying after October 7th, well, okay, I'll ask you directly. After October 7th, the IDF started to bomb Gaza and is engaged in this land invasion, ground invasion. You think that's wrong and bad. They shouldn't have done it, correct?
I think that a targeted attack. So here's a few, let me try to draw a picture for you. So I go to all the history because it speaks to the Dahiya Doctrine, which Israel fully enforces, which is mass destruction to civilians, basically a terror campaign against civilian infrastructure to make them pay. Also, collective punishment is against the international law and a war crime. But either way, so we look at the history of Israel. We look at their acts of aggression where they have not needed, where they have sought reasons to go ahead and go into Gaza and do what they do. But then we compare it now to what has happened after 10/7. We're now at 30 days. I think this is in the last 23 years, maybe longer than I know. This is the bloodiest campaign the IDF has ever waged. 44% of buildings, as I said before, destroyed, damaged. The type of weaponry they're using cannot be used in a discriminate way in such a densely populated area. I'll amend to say a significant amount of that weaponry cannot be used.
But that's just on its face not true, right? Because they have been discriminating, right, in their targets. You could say that they haven't been doing it enough, but again, if they were being, if these weapons solely by their use are so deadly that they cannot be proportional in their targeting, again, in this the most densely packed city in the region, right? 5x5 box with 2.2 million people. Surely it wouldn't be so, like, 10,000 is a lot, but let's put that into perspective of 2.2 million in 30 days.
That is I
don't know.
What's a nice way to put it? It's not the way to look at it. Because again, densely populated area. I don't know what your job was in the military, but do you know what danger close is?
Cryptolinguist. I wasn't a fellow.
Okay, so, but you know, you might have been like exposed to this at some point. Danger close is a rating system that, so you have like danger close for like 155 millimeter shell is going to be 700 meters, 750 meters. What that means is there is a range of possible error, and then there is, you know, other shit that can happen. So if the forward observer is within 750 meters, that's danger close. So you will launch that 155 millimeter shell. And like we said, it's 50 to 75 kill, 150, depending on what's in the way to block the blast, good chance to kill, if not throw some debris and hurt you, right? So that means that within that 750 meter radius, that bomb lands anywhere, it expands the area for damage. So we launch Israel launched 4,000 tons. That is, if my math is correct, it's 100 pounds for a 155 millimeter shell. I think it was 40,000 shells. Now, again, that's assuming all the same caliber. It's probably varied. So let's just say they put 20,000 155 millimeter shells out there. That's a significant amount of firepower. That's a significant amount of damage, all launched on North Gaza. It is not easy. Again, this isn't just about people. This is about buildings and infrastructure.
Yep.
After Protective Edge and Cast Lead, you know, people are talking about like schools and whatnot being bombed. After Cast Lead, it was like 217 schools, I think, 60 nurseries. The number of hospitals that were damaged, I'd have to look it up, but I think it was around 50. That's indiscriminate. And they're continuing to do the same today.
Unless those schools, those hospitals, those buildings were Hamas centers of operation, which they were firing rockets out of in order to kill civilian Israeli, or try to kill Israeli civilians. If that is happening, and just let me ask you again directly, if there is a Hamas operative in a hospital actively firing rockets out of the window of that hospital, is the IDF justified in carrying out a strike against that target?
I think under international law, I don't think that just being used as a base of operations is a justification.
Not just a base of operations. They're actively attacking you from this location, right? So
no,
I'm not saying they're putting munitions on there.
No, I'm not talking about weapons cache. I'm not talking about looking over a map. I'm saying as a base of operations. Firing. Yes.
Okay, no one. That's just wrong in accordance with international law. If you have a situation where someone is actively attacking you or your civilians or your targets, even your military targets, out of a location, you are allowed to fight back. You are allowed to strike back, right? How you strike back is important, right? If they used a nuke on it, obviously that's overkill, right? But to use a bomb from the air to strike that target is more than allowed by military law.
So are we talking about during this operation, or are we talking about before the invasion and they noted that a hospital was being used?
During this operation, after October 7th. After October 7th, you have the PIJ, Hamas, other groups firing rockets into Israel. We saw all the videos, right, online of this happening, right? They're just actively shooting thousands of rockets a day into Israel. I think Israel, under international law, and we're not talking about the weapon caches, we're not talking about that, but someone who is actively shooting at you from a location, you were allowed to strike that location.
What is the damage being done by those rockets?
They're destroying the buildings. Yeah. They're eliminating the target and it is being effective, because yesterday was the lowest amount of rockets since this all began, right, from October 7th on, that has been fired into Israel. Like, they are taking losses. This is being effective. Now, again, I wouldn't disagree with you that some of these strikes are absolutely disproportionate and absolutely war crimes. Like, again, from what we know, again, that strike on the refugee camp, absolutely a war crime. Because again, as the IDF itself admitted, they were trying to take out a Hamas leader. I don't think that's justified, right? However, when we take into account that there are people who are actively fighting and trying to kill Israeli civilians out of these things, to say that fighting back firing back at them is a war crime is wild to me.
Yeah, when you're taking into a hospital into consideration, it has to go higher than just they're there or they're firing from it. It actually has to be causing damage. And one of the things that the rockets have not been doing is causing any significant damage. First of all, not in proportion to Israelis' damage, but second of all, historically, have never caused any significant amount of damage. I think at one point they caused from 2006 to 2014 maybe like $15 million in damage. How many billions of dollars in damage have been done to Gaza? Every time they do an operation, cast lead, 53,000 people displaced
Well,
on
let me
top
ask
of
you.
the 900 civilians dead.
In World War II, how much civilian infrastructure, civilians dead, did Japan strike? The strikes Japan did. It's a very, very low number. But when you look at the opposite and the amount of infrastructure and civilian casualties that we inflicted on Japan, 10-to-1 ratio. It wasn't even close, right? Like the numbers are astronomically higher on the damage to Japan's infrastructure and things like that. Was Japan the good guys, or was the U.S. the bad guys here?
No, but the difference
Okay,
is that
what's the difference?
the difference is that Japan is a militarily capable foe for the United States. We
I
led a
think
bloody
Hamas
campaign, island hopping
demonstrated.
campaign. They did Pearl Harbor. Significant difference between Hamas and Israel
But
when it
Hamas
comes
on
to
October 7th
military force.
again demonstrated that they were plenty capable if they got the chance of doing some significant damage, maybe
Sure.
not to military targets, right? Because they didn't really strike at military targets. They only struck at military targets to get to the ooey gooey center of Israeli civilians. So
Two
to act
things.
as if like this is a problem, like for too long, Hamas was seen as kind of a joke by Netanyahu. And this is obviously Netanyahu's fault, obviously the Likud's fault, and all their massive intelligence favor. They were seen as a joke, not to be taken seriously. They were thought to be defanged. October 7th, I think, disabused us all of that notion that they weren't a credible military power and things like that. So again, these...
Hold on. So, okay,
Go
first
ahead.
of all, that they're not a credible military power. They still are very, very inferior military power. What happened on that day is going to be, as we get further details about the situation, isn't going to just be chalked up to Hamas spent a lot of time biding their time, smuggling in some weapons, and then they finally have power and they can do damage. A lot of that's going to be chalked up to security failures on the part of Israel.
Absolutely.
The number of people dead that day, I think what the final number is, like somewhere between
12 to
13 and 1600. Yeah.
I've seen mixed reports. So
First,
I don't know.
if I understand the order of operations, first, attack on military targets. They killed about 350 IDF, and then they moved on to the festival and the civilians. Right?
Yes, they wanted to keep and the reason the response time was so long, the 6-hour response time, is because all the IDF that were in the area, they struck at them so that they could do their work uninterrupted. Right? That was their target. It wasn't the military. It was the civilians. They killed the military targets in order to have their way with the civilian targets for as much time as possible without an IDF response. That's again.
That's pretty
so
fucking wretched.
When we talk about Hamas needing to go, right, and not Hamas needing to be destroyed. This is what we're talking about. Hamas is allowed to exist because the question we got to ask ourselves two questions here. Right? And the answer can vary, is what happens if we strike at Hamas? And we're seeing this happen out now, and it's a horror. But you also have to ask, what happens if we don't do that? What is the likely outcomes, not just a year from now, but 10 years from now, but 50 years from now? What happens if Israel were to simply not strike, not do their ground invasion, not do any of that? What is the result and what happens? And we have to
in the past,
we have to be able to answer those questions before we have this conversation, right?
So I don't know much about the organization now, but what I know of the organization from 2005 to 2014, what happened when there was no peace is that Gaza and the administration of Hamas got more legitimacy on the world stage, showed itself as an organization willing to work for peace, and on multiple occasions gave major concessions that they were willing to do to seek a two-state solution. I can only speak to back then. But right now, what you're describing is offensive action when it comes to the IDF, not defensive action. What the IDF is doing now in Gaza,
they are trying to destroy Hamas.
And at the rate of, let's say it's 80-20. There are 30,000 members in Hamas right now. So we'll say 8,000 civilians have died, 2,000 Hamas combatants. And that's an assumption, by the way.
It is
Again,
an
with the
assumption.
bomb
We don't
campaign
know.
the way it is, could be even more civilians than it is Hamas. But we'll go with that.
Or it could be reversed too. We don't know. So,
but it and historically never has been. This would be the first time.
fair enough.
So we go with those numbers. What would it take? It would take 80 to 100, 120,000 dead Palestinians for them to wipe out Hamas at this rate. Is that acceptable?
If by wipe out Hamas you mean kill every single member, I don't know if that is the goal or should be the goal. Like the goal here, when we say wipe out Hamas, what we mean is get it out of power, to dismantle and destroy the organization, and so that it no longer has a foothold into Gaza and it no longer is able to operate out of Gaza. Will that require all 40,000 to be dead? Probably not. We can probably get this. We do have to kill some, right? We have to make them surrender, but we probably don't have to kill all 40,000, right?
Well, we don't know how many Hamas members have been killed, right?
Sure, we don't.
We can only make assumptions that some have.
So
I'd even
guessing.
say that statistically, yes, Hamas members have been killed. But at the end of the day, violation of international law is
again
not permissible.
Show me
even
how
if they
from October 7th to now you are saying that there's disproportional. Again, I have shown you, right, how in my view and probably in the by international law's view that these are proportionate responses, right? You have cited things like building damage, civilian casualties. None of these make it, as horrific as they are, make it disproportionate. Not according to international law, at least. By our own moral judgment or our vibes, sure. But by, again, the three sources we have in the law of armed combat, Jen, I just don't have any evidence for this, man.
I mean, just like pretend we know nothing about the military and all that stuff, right? You just have some vague idea about what proportionate bombing is, right? And someone tells you, well, hey, you can't target civilians and you can't target, civilian structures without some really damn good military cause, right? So we know that. And then I tell you, well, 44% of the buildings have either been destroyed or significantly damaged beyond repair. Mm-hmm. Are you going to feel like that's a proportionate response?
Because we also have to remember Hamas is a de facto government and has been for years setting up, again, military operations out of all sorts of buildings. They have tunnels so they can go from building to building to building. So what you have to demonstrate is that a significant, or that a portion more than ones or twos, right? Because I think we all acknowledge that there are some bombs, right, that have been, there are some strikes that absolutely, I would agree with you, disproportionate war crime should be held accountable. We get that out of the way. If you're acting like I'm saying IDF is doing no war crimes, you're out of your mind. I don't know what to tell you. I am absolutely saying. But that's not the claim you're making. The claim you're making is that 90% of these buildings were war crimes. And that is what I have and draw issue with. Much like I've drawn issue when people are saying, oh, they've only killed 10 Hamas members, right? Like this is a claim that has been made that only the IDF has only killed 10 Hamas throughout all this.
Two things. One is when you bomb, you have to take into account everything around you, civilians, infrastructure, etc. You cannot bomb. If there's a hospital near a target, so there are some rules where you can place hospitals and clinics. You can't place them near critical infrastructure in a war zone like a fuel depot or something like that, because, well, guess what? That's a critical target for a military. They already have the justification to bomb your fuel tanks. You can't put a hospital there, right? But that said, 44% of the buildings, even if Hamas had a tunnel that went under every single one of them, those buildings are civilian buildings. And just because Hamas has a tunnel there, if Hamas has a single grenade sitting in the basement, it doesn't matter. They can't just bomb those because
what if they had a fuel tank within that building? What if they had piles of weapons in that building?
It has to be a significant military advantage. Okay. Strategic decision.
Yes. So if they have, again, a sizable stockpile, you would agree that there is a line that can be crossed with the amount, not just a single grenade, but if they had 10,000 grenades in that building, that might be, okay, now this becomes a significant target. correct? You would agree?
So even
No,
if I
just
back off,
hypothetically, if you would you agree with that? If they had in a building, an apartment building, 10,000 grenades that they have stockpiled there, would that be, in your opinion, oh, okay, this is enough to make this significant enough detriment to their ability to wage war against us, so we can strike it?
as long as they do the right thing and take the time, a knock warning, a 15, 30-minute knock warning is not enough. And that is not meeting GLOAC standards. So if they do what they need to do to get that building free, yes, they can destroy
what is
the
enough
building.
then? If a knock warning, a 30-minute knock warning isn't enough time to evacuate the area, what would a 3-hour knock warning be enough?
3 hours would be nice, but you got to think of a few things, right? There are civilians in here. There are old people. There are disabled people. The size of the bombings when they do that, every 30 seconds up to the 12th, they were launching a bomb, right? They were sending either an air attack or they were launching a shell. So you have to account for the fact that not just that building has to get out, but a lot of the buildings in the region, it's going to cause congestion. It's going to take time. And Israel has shown in the past, before this, before some of the other operations, they have shown in the past that they know how to properly evacuate. We spent days evacuating Fallujah. After the first battle, we had 600 civilian casualties in Fallujah. After the second battle, again, days evacuating, speakers, megaphones, translators, get the fuck out if you do not want to die. Only 600 casualties. That was after 4 weeks, if I have this in the correct order, that was after 4 weeks and 6 weeks respectively of fighting in an urban area. We put the proper measures in. Israel saying you have 24 hours to get the fuck out of North Gaza is not a significant warning. Israel in the past has spent days, they've dropped leaflets, they've made announcements, they've done the right work. Now they're not doing that. That is wrong.
Fair enough. Fair enough if that's your opinion. Again though, like this, I think
it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you're dealing with a terrorist organization or an insurgency. It's really fucking frustrating that you actually have to play by the rules. And I don't mean that flippantly. I mean that is frustrating. And I would be more. I just don't. I would be more amenable to the plight of the IDF and the Israeli government if, in the past, they hadn't shown that they actually do not give a shit. And that's the narrative I'm trying to draw to with their past history and the previous operations and what they're doing now. They have shown with Dahiya Doctrine that they will employ this to the terror of the people they are attacking in order to get rid of that government. They have said explicitly they are doing this in order to hope that they get rid of Hamas. But you know the way you get rid of Hamas? It's not through bombing them back to the Stone Age. The way you get rid of radical groups and insurgencies is you work with the people. And if Israel had in the last 20 years shown any kind of empathy or kindness, which they can never fucking argue, putting them under a blockade since 2006, early 2007, they lost the moral high ground to ever say they were doing anything. After they shot that fucking Turkish ship in 2009 that was bringing aid to Gaza, that shit, like Israel has proven time and time again. This was all after Netanyahu got elected,
right?
Was Netanyahu in
2005, I believe he got maybe 2006, somewhere around the early 2000s. He got elected. He got into power, right? He was always a player in the things. But the reason I say that, the reason I ask,
on his shoulders because there are other people in the government that have also echoed his policies.
He's not alone. He's a figurehead. I get it. There's a sizable portion. But the reason that the Israeli people have been driven right over these years, right, to act like they are now, is because of the way that the PLO, Hamas, and other groups acted after the Oslo Accords. I'm old enough to remember Clinton overseeing Arafat, Rabin shaking hands, right? Like, and watching that live on the news, right? And there was a real like, okay, maybe we could do this. There's a left-wing government in Israel. They're looking, even in as late as 2000, right? The election, right? Even after the Rabin assassination in 1996, there was a left-wing government in power in Israel who won an election off of, let's end the occupation, let's end the settlements, let's end all this, let's get this better. And again, how they were responded to was years and years of terror and threats and death. And so, again, if we're going to look at how Hamas was formed and how Hamas was radicalized, we have to look at how the IDF, how the Israeli government why are they acting as they are as well? We have to do both, okay? And again, I just do not agree that you have presented evidence that Israel has done war crimes in the past. Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. But that is not enough to tell me that what they are doing today is a war crime writ large, that any bombing of Gaza to any degree is considered a war crime. I just don't buy that. I don't think it's consistent with the international definitions of the rules of war, the laws of armed combat. I don't think it's consistent with international definitions of just conflict as a whole, right? I don't think we would be putting this on any other country, right? Even America, right? If the Canadians, those rascally Canadians came in and killed 1,200 U.S. civilians, I don't think any of us would be asking us not to bomb them.
And that is terrifying. If they came in and killed, they come over the border and they're pissed that we've appropriated Tim Hortons and they're fucking coming through Buffalo and they are just ravaging, the Buffalo University or some shit like that, right? But then we start to launch shells into fucking Toronto. Yes, that is indiscriminate. That is retributive. That is horrible. The difference as well is that Canada actually has some way to defend themselves. Granted, they're not, they don't have bunkers and early defense systems and all that, but they can actually fire back and make us pay for massacring their civilians. Gaza doesn't have that.
I don't think we have to. The standard isn't, can the other side beat you? It's, can the other side, is the other side a credible threat to you? And I think, again, Hamas has demonstrated that they are a credible threat to the people of Israel. I don't know how we can say that they are not a credible threat after October 7th. So
it's proportionality.
Yes,
right?
and proportionality is to strike their targets to keep them from waging war ever again.
I'm talking about up until the point that Israel decides to strike every time they've decided to strike. Okay, if they come in and they neutralize a few Hamas targets, America has done this before. We've had people fuck up, attack us, or do something stupid, and we bomb an airfield, right? We usually give a fucking warning and say your airfield's going to get bombed. Don't come to work today, right? But we do that. It's a show of force, and it's a go fuck yourself, stay off our lawn, right? But Israel likes to do something they call mowing the lawn, which is that Dahiya Doctrine, which is anytime they feel that Palestine's getting rowdy, or on a few different occasions where they feel their deterrence capability by showing the world that they're not to be fucked with, the Arab world in particular, when that starts to get a little weak, when they start to get a little antsy, they go ahead, look for a pretense, and then start one of their operations.
But you have yet to demonstrate that that's what they're doing here today. And in fact, we have evidence. We have evidence that they are responding to a credible threat that Hamas poses. Because again, now Hamas not only has demonstrated and actually shown in the real world that they are capable of striking at Israeli targets, but they have said, "Hey, we're going to keep doing this." And again, to act as if Israel cannot respond to that with military force, aerial bombardment, and even, yes, a ground invasion, right? Is again. We're not talking about Hamas as just some nobody organization. It's the de facto government, the de facto people in charge of Gaza. Is it not?
the picture I've been trying to paint is that their response is the Dahiya Doctrine that they have played against Gaza and they have played against Lebanon, Gaza on multiple occasions, which is rain death and destruction onto the people, do maximum damage to the people, to their infrastructure, make them not want to fuck with us ever again, make them pay, punish them for the crimes of Hamas. That is what they're doing. First of all,
that's what you say they are doing. That's what your claim is. That's what your assertion is. You have provided no evidence.
First of all, the evidence is borne out again in the explicit words of the general who coined the term after bombing Dahiya in 2005, 2006. Second of all, they use that is borne out in the evidence of every military operation they did from 2007 to 2014, and it is clearly being borne out now. Now, to defend this, since you want evidence,
please.
The IDF spokesman, Rear Admiral Daniel Haggerty, made the startling admission that hundreds of tons of bombs, quotes in that one, had already been dropped on the tiny strip, adding that, quote, the emphasis is on damage, not on accuracy.
That does not, again, through the laws of war, laws of armed combat, we have 3 conditions, and to say that they're emphasizing damage does not violate any of those 3 conditions.
When they're damaging significant amounts of civilian infrastructure, yes, it is. They need to be clear, credible military targets.
And I'll read it again, right? Let me get it up. Only if that it is not excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. And I think at this point,
what advantage are they gaining?
The dismantling of Hamas so they can't kill 1,400 of their people again. I think that's a great military advantage.
Hold on, wait.
To anticipate.
To be clear, let's compare 𝕲 and 10-7. About the same death toll, about the same military to civilian casualty rate. And
again, I'm not here to say that IDF is innocent, that there's no blood on the Israelis' hands, that Israeli has never done nothing wrong. I condemn it. 𝕲, let's condemn that together, shall we? Let's condemn it. It's bad. It's bad. I hate it. I wish they hadn't done it. It's horrible that they did. But let's deal with what's happening now.
Which is okay, cool. Let's deal with what's happening now.
Yes.
And once again, the Hamas's numbers of dead Israelis is now being paled by tremendous numbers to the dead Palestinian civilians at the hands of the IDF. That is what's happening here.
Again, that does not, and as gross and as horrible and as heartbreaking as that is, it does not, right? The civilian deaths, the number does not, right, impact these 3 conditions unless the only condition which it would do is if, and I'll read it again, it's not excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. So again, I ask you, is the concrete? Let me tell you what that is. The military advantage anticipated is.
Please do.
Let's tell that, right? It's the dismantling of Hamas and its ability to wage war and ever commit an October 7th again. I think that, again, they could be wrong in their calculus here, and they likely are, let's be real. However, if that's what they're anticipating, it does not, by definition, violate the law of armed combat. It just doesn't. Now, you could say it's bad, immoral, things like that, but you cannot say it violates this law.
I can't, because the military advantage would be to deter a threat or to eliminate a threat. Again, the threat that they posed was partially a mistake of the Israeli government and their poor security on the border. But second of all, again, the damage that Hamas is actually able to do on any regular basis is so insignificant compared to what the IDF has done and is doing.
They have demonstrated that they can kill over 1,000 in a day.
One time.
Again, yes, let's make it that. Let's make it one time only. Let's make it one time only. Let's make sure that that doesn't happen again.
What allowed them to be able to do that? 2 years of planning, poor security on the border. This isn't just some repeatable, copy paste thing they can do. They've said they want to, fuckers, but they're not going to be able to do that. Israel is ramping up a significant amount of steam, but on the other hand, they're doing a shit ton of disproportionate damage to Gaza. Of course, they're not going to be able to do that
anymore because of the bombing campaign and the land invasion. Yes,
the amount of damage that you do in order to achieve that goal has to be proportionate. 10,000, possibly all civilians, but let's say mostly, significantly mostly civilians, is not proportional, and that's the part where.
Proportionality isn't they have to be equal in numbers of deaths. That is not what proportionality means.
Hold on. Do you think that the blockade should be lifted off Gaza?
Yes.
Okay. And you would accept how many additional Israeli deaths for that blockade to be lifted?
That's a good question. I've got if you're asking me, okay, let me ask you this:
3 million in Gaza.
Should the blockade be lifted tomorrow? No. There needs to be significant steps to make sure that the Israeli people are protected before the blockade is lifted. I think we can't just snap our fingers and say, blockade, go away. Like, that would be
There's already tremendous
silly.
Security along the perimeter of Gaza. Well, certain parts withstanding for recent events, obviously. But for the most part, as Israel has bragged, the most high-tech fence in the world, I think at the time when it was implemented. It's the IDF. They could deploy troops along the entire thing and not have a significant, any sizable gap in sight and coverage for that border, or rather perimeter. They could lift the blockade tomorrow. They could deploy troops to the perimeter, lift that blockade tomorrow, and be perfectly secure.
that is wild to say after October 7th, that there's no threat or credible threat that would
I
be posed
said
by
they
lifting the
would.
blockade.
And again,
What?
the reason that Hamas was able to do what they were doing is because there were weaknesses at the perimeter. So I'm saying they deploy,
Yes,
and they
there
fill
were.
those holes, and they will be okay.
But can we guarantee, to at least a reasonable degree of certainty, that after they plug the holes that they have used, the holes in security, the holes in the operational security that they took advantage of, the weaknesses, are they the only ones that the Hamas is aware of, right? Did they play all their cards, or are they holding some back? We don't know. You don't know. I don't know, right? So again, to say that, oh, we could just fix it by fixing these specific problems that they took advantage of this time is just asinine, man.
Sure,
We
but
don't
my
know.
point is that
So
is that
again, we
pushback
can't
to Brit- hold
until
on, the
there
point
is a
is that
until there is a
proportionality.
until there is
And when
a
it comes to
comprehensive-
proportionality, hold on, proportionality. Look at what happens to Gaza because they have the blockade. They have had economic and human turmoil. Someone once put it, their entire civilization is evaporating before our eyes, something to that effect. This has been one of the, I think at this point, and I am saying I think because I'm not an expert on this and I am quoting other people, that we may be getting near to the point where the blockade has gone on, the illegal blockade, by the way, which Israel has no right to enforce by military action because it is an illegal blockade.
Under what laws is it illegal?
Under international law.
I have no idea. So
under
I'll just cop
international
to
law-
that because I don't know if it's legal or not. So
Yeah.
sure, let's say it's illegal. Go ahead.
Under international law, the blockade's illegal, and under that international law, enforcing the blockade through violent action is illegal. So like the attack on that Turkish ship in 2009, that was illegal.
Okay.
Aside from the fact that it didn't pose any sort of
I'll just
military
give it
threat
to
or
you
whatever.
on that. Sure. I don't know.
But
I don't know enough
with
to tell.
that, 2.3 million people have been strangled for 17 years because of that blockade. 16 years.
Because of
for
that
16
blockade
years have been strangled because of
and
that
Hamas's
blockade.
leadership.
And before that blockade, numbers were not that much different when it came to Israeli civilian deaths, but they were a little higher. But they were nowhere near the number of deaths Palestinians were experiencing year over year and have continued to experience year over year at the hands of the IDF. So when we talk about proportionality, it's a matter of, I think 122 Americans died due to violence from the cartels in Mexico last year. I think 66, this might be last year, might be 2021, I can't remember what the stat is I looked up. 66 Israelis died, Israeli civilians, right? Or 122 Americans, enough for us to annex the north of Mexico and to
There
go
is
start,
serious
raining
talk about
hell.
us using military drone
There
strikes
is, but
to destroy the cartels, and I
which
think
would
that
be-
there is an argument to be said that would be justified. That if we use targeted strikes against cartels who are causing the deaths of American citizens, not just directly but indirectly through the distribution of drugs and stuff like that, to America, I think there is an argument that you can make. I don't know if I agree with it or not, right? But there is an argument to be made that yes, we can absolutely strike at these things.
I will say that I vehemently disagree with the violation of Mexico's sovereignty and potentially waging war that we know has a high civilian casualty rate on one of our neighbor countries. But that said, 2.3 million under blockade suffering directly because of that blockade.
Yeah, but
And
they're
66
not, again,
Israelis die a year.
We have to ask
attacks.
if that blockade wasn't in place and Hamas was still in charge, would the suffering lessen? And I don't know if that's true because of what Hamas does to its own citizens. Hamas taxes them out the wazoo. They steal their aid that they get. They use any infrastructure that comes in, right? A majority of it goes to building their tunnels and building their weapons of war to wage against the IDF. So again, let's be clear. Hamas's enemy isn't the IDF. Hamas's enemy is every Jew in Israel. They have said that. I want to be clear and honest in this. So again, you have to demonstrate, there is an open question, and I don't know whether or not Qassem's lives would significantly improve. I don't know if they would. Someone has to get rid of Hamas. Hamas has to go, right? And we can argue the best way to do that. And like I said, will this bombing campaign achieve this objective? There are serious reasons to doubt that it will. But Israel thinks that it will. Israel anticipates, right, the military objective that they're going to achieve, right, is significant enough to justify this. Now, whether they're right or not, That's a different question. The question
So
is it okay? Is it a violation of international law that they have engaged in a bombing campaign in Gaza? And categorically, by the metrics, by the numbers, that is no. Now, individual
that is
strikes,
going to be borne
absolutely.
out when we have a breakdown of civilian versus Hamas casualties. But first, I want to address a couple things you said. One, on 3 occasions, there were 2 ceasefire agreements where Israel agreed to lift the blockade, to release, at the very least, significant restrictions related to the blockade. Never made good on them. The third one was predicated on an improvement in the security posture within Gaza, as far as threats to Israel and all that. But the first 2, again, when for the most part the Gaza government was playing nice and was working to keep peace, and Hamas was holding their folks accountable, not doing tax, maintaining the ceasefire. They never got what they deserved. The government was elected, and it's something that is speculative, but it's important to say. You want to point out the Hamas folks, throwing the other side of the government off the rooftops. But before that, when they were elected, they never had a chance. 13 seats, 14 seats have been held consistently by Hezbollah in Lebanon. Lebanon is a sovereign state, internationally recognized. They have a functioning government. Don't know too much about the quality of life in Lebanon. Don't know too much about what it's like over there. I have a few Lebanese friends. They don't talk much about their home life from before they came over here. But at the end of the day, it is not the right, if that 13 should grow to a supermajority, that Israel or any other country suddenly gets to question the sovereignty of that nation or their right to self-determination. So we don't know what it would be like if the blockade lifted, because Israel failed to do it when they were supposed to. But first of all, they shouldn't have done it in the first place, and it is undeniable, not questionable, that when you blockade a country from air, land, and sea, you do not allow them to do imports of even chocolate and chips, you are going to have a significant moral, economic impact on that group of people. And it's going to hugely affect them, and it's going to lead to things like support for people like Hamas. Like that kind of terror, Operation Cast Lead, Pillar of Defense, Protective Edge. You do these kind of murder campaigns within Gaza, you're just going to provoke more. And yet over those 3...
Well, Hamas does murder campaigns in Gaza, right? You know this, and it's to strengthen their support. So it's not true, again, across the board, that simply if the IDF stopped, that there would be no support for Hamas. Hamas enforces its support through brutality and fear.
Now, I don't know too much about the Hamas interpolitical operations as far as
Look
that
into
goes.
it.
What I do know, and please send me stuff to read.
Sure.
Because Daddy's got some reading to do still.
Yeah.
So, but I never claimed that
Because
Hamas was,
I'll just tell you one situation, right? In 2020, man, I forget the guy's name, right? But it was a Gazan peace, someone who was working for Gazan peace. He's working with lefties in Israel to kind of promote peace. Hamas kidnapped him, tortured him, branded him a traitor. I think they made his wife divorce him, etc. I don't think they ended up killing him, but it was really, really bad. Any Gazan who tries to work towards peace with Israel is punished by Hamas, right?
This may be new policy because, again, back when in the time frame I've talked the most about tonight, Gaza was working towards peace. Hamas was working towards peace.
Maybe in like 2000 or something, right? Or 2007, right? Okay, but today
9 to 14, and those were significant formative periods.
Today,
Sure.
While it's happening now, they absolutely have not been.
There was a conflict in, I think, 2018 and 2021. I still have to research and see what happened there. So I don't know who the belligerent was, who the antagonist was in those conflicts. But the reason I feel even more so I need to look into it to see how we got to where we are now is because, again, historically, in the past 16 years...
Can you also send me some links on whether Hamas, where's your sources on Hamas was working towards peace? Because, again,
absolutely.
I want to read up on that. I got some reading to do as well.
Yep, absolutely.
Please do. Yeah.
But I think that, to sum it all up, Gaza didn't have a chance after 2008, 7 rather, after the blockade. That kind of thing is going to exacerbate that alone, just the blockade, nothing else. That blockade is going to exacerbate things. It's going to put pressure on the government. It's going to cause civil unrest, and it's going to cause pain, stress, turmoil, for unlivable conditions. Like, we're not even talking about, the annexation of land or the settlements or anything like that. Just the blockade alone is, especially when it's not just imposed by Israel, but backed by the United States and the European Union, that is going to be
Egypt,
devastating. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely devastating. So then you go through, years and years of massacres and abuse by the Israeli government and the IDF. Again, going to cause more turmoil. That's going to exacerbate the situation both domestically for Hamas and the Gazans, and it's going to, exacerbate it on the grand scale of, international politics. 2005, when they pulled out of Gaza, they redeployed. Here's the other thing. Israel has not been working towards peace. Israel, since the 2000s, probably before, based on other actions, but we'll just talk about since the 2000s, Israel has not wanted Palestine to be recognized as a state, and they have not wanted peace. In 2005, and this is by quotes from, internal ministers in the Israeli government, the goal of the 2005 pullout was, one, to ensure that there was no predominant populace of Arabs or Palestinians rather, in Israel that had voting rights. They did not want to enfranchise them. They did not want to take complete control of that territory and give them those rights. But second of all, it was to freeze the political process. It took pressure off Israel when they pulled out. The eyes of the international community took a step back, and they were able to freeze, by their words, freeze the political process and prevent Palestine from being recognized as a state. That is an explicit, aggressive act, aggressive politically, towards not giving Palestine their statehood and not getting them recognition on the international stage.
Oh yeah, Netanyahu and his government and his ilk have been a detriment to the peace process. Absolutely, you won't get argument from me on that, right? They are not. Netanyahu has not been working for peace. Absolutely, you are correct. They are not wanting a two-state solution. Absolutely, you are correct. I agree.
Yep, 1,000%. I think after during the first Intifada in the 80s, Netanyahu said that that Tiananmen Square took the eyes off of Israel for enough time, and this is after the fact, and he said that the government should have expelled hundreds, if not thousands, of influential Palestinians from the West Bank with their eyes being off it, because, hey, make our lives easier, make it easier to conquer this land. Absolutely. Yeah. 2014, he gets his chance. That Ukrainian airline went down. And when that went down, that's when he chose to initiate 𝕲𝐶𝐶. I think it was Pillar of Defense, when they went and did Pillar of Defense and Brother's Keeper, they had the Goldstone report hanging over their heads because they knew eyes were on them. They knew that organizations, they couldn't hide their war crimes. They couldn't hide their belligerence. They couldn't hide the Dahiya Doctrine and the way that they waged war. So for a lot of the time, I think it was Protective Edge. I think they decided to do it entirely by air. And then the PLO leader, I think it was, or the Hamas leader, I think it was the PLO leader, said, go ahead, invade, and called Netanyahu's bluff. And then Obama said, knock it off, and Israel backed off. But if they were really quelling a significant threat, why would just the word of Obama have been enough to tell them to back off? Why would Obama have told them to back off if it was actually preventing them from securing any sort of advantage that prevents significant Israeli death? And that's the issue what I'm having here, is that 10,000 people have died. The numbers are going to bear out after the independent investigations.
11,500. We're gonna include the Israelis.
IDF's on a roll, baby.
We're gonna include the Israelis and the people who have died. We're going to include the Israelis every time we say that, because Jews are people too. But
Jews are absolutely people. But the issue is that they have died, and that massacre happened, and now IDF, the Israeli government, are attacking Gaza, and the blood is being spent way too fast on innocent lives, people's livelihoods, people's homes, in absolute chaos and destruction. It is a blockaded area where the only people who can leave are those with special permission and work permits to enter into Israel during the day, and then they have a curfew to come back at night. They told these people, go to the south, get out of town. These people have nowhere to go. They have nothing good. 98% of the groundwater is undrinkable for Palestinians. Israel cuts off 1/3 of the water supply that they control. Or they control 1/3. They cut off 1/3 of the water supply.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of this.
They prevent food. They prevent aid. Granted, some of this got reversed, but they do that. We can chalk it up to a knee-jerk reaction. But at the end of the day, with the history of what Israel has done to Gaza, it's a little hard to do that. So then they open the gates again, and they start to get some aid and support and whatnot.
Yep.
66, something like that.
Trucks,
33 UN workers have died, the largest in any conflict, I think, or any conflict in any significant amount of time. And 10,000 Gazans have died, and the majority of them are going to be borne out to have been innocent civilians. 1.1 million people in that area are under the age of 18. It's too much destruction. 44% of the buildings, and this was as of a few days ago, it's probably more now, 44% of the infrastructure has been damaged or destroyed, civilian housing. That is just too much wanton destruction for me to say that with the, dozens of Israeli lives that are lost each year to violence, it continues to be disproportionate what happens to Gaza versus what happens to Israelis. And yet we're apparently very comfortable punishing 2.3 million people and letting them be terrorized because, we hate Hamas. And I think the civilians are paying the price for that.
Okay. I guess in closing on my end, right? You paint a really bleak picture, and it is bleak. I want to be clear, right? You are right to say that the Gazans are in hell right now, that they are being terrorized, that there is a campaign, right, to destroy them that is ongoing. But that isn't from the IDF, it is from Hamas. Hamas has explicitly said, hey, we are willing to sacrifice men, women, and children if it means getting rid of Israel. They have, and it is not hyperbole to say that they have made a massive human sacrifice and being willing, after October 7th, being willing to do all this, right? This would stop if Hamas surrendered. If Hamas gave up the hostages and surrendered, this would stop, right? The IDF would still do bad things, right? But this air campaign, this ground invasion, it would stop. But it's not stopping. These 44% of buildings, you say that they're all civilian buildings. I say that's not true. I say that Hamas uses civilian buildings and puts military equipment, material. They also use these buildings as places, and as the UN source I cited to you shows, they use them as operation centers to actively attack Israeli targets. Not just the ones that are invading them from the ground, but the ones that are like the civilians within Tel Aviv and other areas of Israel, right? They actively do this. So to call these 44% civilian targets is misleading and deceptive. I don't think you're lying. I think that you really believe all of this. But I think there is much more to this than the narrative that you have painted. And I think that we can see it through the words and actions and deeds of Hamas and the other actors in the area. We have to ask ourselves not only why do Gazans support Hamas, but we have to ask why do Israelis support Netanyahu? There's no good guys here. I'm not a pro-Zionist. I am pro-Israel, but I'm also pro-Palestine. If we want Palestine to be free, Hamas has to go because Palestine will never be free while Hamas exists. Now, you can argue, and I would agree with you, that there are probably better ways to go about this. But again, to say that this violates international law is just not true. To say that this has the campaign in and of itself is indiscriminate is just not true. But I thank you for your time, and I thank you for coming up. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about or discuss or anything you wanted to go over?
No, I think that's about it. I'll send you over some stuff to read.
Especially on the Hamas people looking for peace, because I am
Mhm.
really interested in seeing sources on that. Yeah.
Absolutely, and in fact, I'll get those right to you as soon as we hang up. But
Please.
otherwise, I
Oh,
think the next time.
are you okay with people, like, because people want to come in and ask you questions, ask me questions? Take callers one at a time. Or are you not down for that?
Let me see. 1 second. Let me check my schedule.
Sure, it's up to you. Like, no pressure or anything. I know you wanted this to be a one-on-one, but there's people who like, I want to come on and say something, and if they want to.
Okay. I'm not against that, and I love to be tested and all that stuff. But I will say next time I do want to talk to you again very soon.
Please.
But I have to edit my video for tomorrow morning, and I'm way behind.
Do you think,
so,
man? No problem. No shade.
I had to check the edit. I still have to I'm half. Of
I did enjoy this conversation, right? Like, I know it got a little heated here and there, but I think you're a great guy. This is the first time we ever talked, but no, I'm impressed. I think your command of some of the facts are great. I just worry that that's just it. It's some of the facts, and we need a more complete picture. But the same could be said for me. I want to be clear. I am no expert on this by any means, but I haven't just started learning about this and looking into this on October 7th. Again, when I was 9 years old, I was raised Mormon, right? I read a book written by one of the general authorities in my church, right? The 6-Day War. And it's something I've been low-key following for a while. Again, not an expert, not claiming that, but it's not new.
No, neither am I. Like I said, this has been a slight interest for about 4 years, and then randomly on a whim, apparently preparing for this fucking moment, I was like, I want to start looking into this, like back in June, and then here we are.
The silver lining to all this, which I think we could both agree on, Netanyahu's probably toast. He's probably done. Like, looking at all the polling numbers, all the political kind of signals that are coming out of Israel right now, Netanyahu and his ilk are going the way of the dodo, going the way of the dinosaur. It's abysmal. It's in the trash. It's in the gutter. Like, I think only 12% approval rating or something like that is the last I checked. So hopefully soon Netanyahu will be gone. And I think that regardless of what we think of anything else, that is going to be a blessing for both Palestine and Israel.
Well, let us hope. There's the never Trumpers, and you ask them, okay, well, who would you support? And when they say the person, it's like, oh, okay, different dude, same views, right? So fingers crossed, it's it's something more substantive than just you're responsible for this attack, but then it continues the same policies, right?
One thing I'll ask also before you go, I don't know if you saw the poll that was released not too long ago, but it shows that for people 34 and under, around 49% of them say that Hamas attack was justified. What do you think about that? And this is America, American poll.
Right? Yeah, I don't think that terrorist attacks are justified from either side. Sure,
but the fact that 49% of people under 34 do, that's a question. Like, what are your thoughts here?
I don't think we have 44% of our country is about to start taking the side of Al Qaeda, right? I think that those people probably are ignorant. Like, they are probably read up on some of the conflict and what has happened and whatnot, but they don't know how to differentiate between freedom fighters and people that really shouldn't be in power doing what they're doing. But can you send me that study? I think it was like a Harvard thing or something like that, right? It's a Harvard
poll, indeed.
Yeah.
I'll link it to you. I'll get you the link after this.
Perfect.
Anything else?
No, it's been.
Where can people find you if they want to?
So first, I'd like to talk to you again, maybe in a week or so,
Sure.
and we can talk about some of the other policies when it comes to doctrine around how we handle insurgencies and that stuff. I think you and I might have some shared experience there with. I don't know if you say, what language were you?
Mandarin Chinese, so I didn't deal with Middle East stuff. So.
Were you an officer?
No.
Oh, damn. When I was in the Marines, they only made officers Mando Chinese.
Which branch were you in? I was in the Air Force.
I was in the Marine Corps. Yeah, Air Force gets to do a lot more fun shit. Yeah. But yeah, I would like to talk to you again. And that time, we can talk to your audience and take questions. So, guys, I'm not running from you. I'm new to editing. So, but if you want to see my edits, Lycan cooks on every platform, whether it's Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, or YouTube. There's some shitty streams on YouTube. I also stream on Kick, Lycan Cooks. So if you want to watch me make my videos and actually see the cooking process, or if you want to watch the final product that's only 60 seconds, you fucking Zoomers, you can check it out. But Whick, it's been great chatting with you. It's been great watching you have your panels and all that. And I appreciate your time, man.
Oh, appreciate you too. See you later, buddy.
Bye, man.
Bye. What a pleasant chat. I liked that chat. I thought that went really well. What do you think, gang? I think that was a very good discussion. So lovely, so pretty, so great. I'm happy we got a chance to chat with Lycan. I wish we would have been able to bring some people on, but I'm glad that we were able to have that conversation. I think we need to have more conversations like this. We need to have all sides presented. We need to have all facts considered, and you, dear viewer, make your own decisions. But no, I'm really happy with how that went. If you want to call in, right, and talk about it with me and ask me questions or talk about what was heard, hit that like button. Well, first of all, if you like this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Firechild, thank you for the $2. Thank you for the donations. I've seen some people give me some subs on Twitch. Thank you for those. If you want to sub on Kick, we are also accepting subs there, but we can't do this for free. Send me some money. That would be nice. Bits, donations, super chats, all that helps. But yeah, let us bring some people in. And again, if you want to come in, !support Discord and chat, hit that link, accept the rules, jump backstage, we'll pull you in, and I'll talk to people as we go. Let's bring in some guests. You're live. Hello, you're muted on your end.
I was getting my camera on.
Oh,
what up?
Beautiful, man. I haven't seen you in a while. What's been going on?
Been real worlding for a minute, work and getting my car back on the road. Well, one of them, and yeah, just chilling. I've been less plugged in with the internet stuff lately, but I'm getting back on the horse. I was watching some Destiny and Lav and that random other girl drama. Like we got same old cogs.
I long for the days where that was my biggest concern. That was the biggest headache I had in my life, was dealing with that kind of drama. I wish it was back in my life. But yeah, carry on.
And so I like Lycan, like everything, and I don't, like you said, I don't think he has like any sort of intention to be dishonest or anything. I think he may just have misinterpreted this report. But just in the interest of facts, like I was rereading the Goldstone report. I was in MUN for a long time, did very well in like the biggest collegiate MUN competition in the world. Like I'd done a lot of
MUN.
research.
Can you define that for me? Because I'm not
Model United Nations.
Okay,
it's basically
where
your school gets assigned a country and you have to do like, I had a binder full of 400 plus articles and UN resolutions printed that I just, for multiple competitions, and a lot of it was relating to Israel and the Middle East and Hezbollah and human rights law and all that stuff. So one of the things I've run across a lot is the retraction of this Goldstone report. And he's not hedgy, really. He's very much like, listen, now he does say the reason why the original report was so flawed was because of a lack of participation on behalf of obviously the two parties involved. But he's like, the reason he retracted it was because there were a lot of incomplete facts as a result of him not having access to Israeli facts on a lot of this stuff. And he very clearly says there is a huge difference. Part of the reason I'm retracting it is because it would have been very different in expressing that there is a massive difference between the way Israeli does conflict and the way Hamas does conflict. Largely that what he said was, our report found evidence of potential war crimes and, quote, possibly crimes against humanity by both Israel and Hamas. That the crimes allegedly committed by Hamas were intentional goes without saying. Its rockets were purposefully and indiscriminately aimed at civilian targets. So again, this kind of goes against this idea Hamas is working toward peace. I don't know that that's the case, according to what even Goldstone is saying here. And then our allegations of intentionality by Israel were based on the deaths and injuries to civilians in situations where our fact-finding mission had no evidence on which to draw any other reasonable conclusion. While these investigations published by the Israeli military and recognized in the UN Committee's report have established the validity of some incidents that we investigated, they also indicate that civilians were not intentionally targeted as a matter of policy. He goes on to talk about, I don't want to like word for word quote it because it's really wordy, but Basically, I'll just individual quotes.
Can you
Israel
link this in my chat so people can read it on their own, right? Because
Yeah,
I
I'll
know
link
that it's
it. You do
probably
have
a lot
to-
longer, right?
Yeah, you have to input. It's not too long actually. It's like 5 full scrolls, but it's behind a paywall. But if you've never input your email on the Washington Post, you can just input your email and click the button on the left, and you'll get free access for now. But I copied and pasted it onto a Word doc. So basically, it says Israel has dedicated significant resources to investigate over 400 allegations of operational misconduct in Gaza. This is as of 2011. His report was about 2008 to 2009. And Hamas, and he's like, while, quote, the de facto authorities, i.e. Hamas, have not conducted any investigations into the launching of rocket and or mortar attacks against Israel, again, because they were completely intentional, and why would they? Which, again, we take for granted. Duh, why would you think Hamas would do any investigations, you dumb pro-Zionist, whatever? It's like, okay, then how are we going to argue that Hamas was seeking peace through this time if we're also going to argue that it is literally laughable that they would investigate war crimes on their behalf against Israel?
I'm really curious to see what Lycan sends me when it comes to Hamas seeking peace. Now, I will say this. Hamas is not a monolith. There are different groups within Hamas. There's a militant arm. There's other arms within it.
Sure.
So it is... I see no... Like, it's entirely possible that there are certain individuals within Hamas that have made overtures for peace, right? But as a policy, as a prescription, as something that they as a group have actively worked for, I don't know. I want to see the evidence before
and
say anyway.
that goes to the other thing, and I just to make sure that other people get a shot, I'll just try to be concise and break this up into a few categories. So the next one is this idea of Hamas working toward peace. We've kind of flooded into, which is one of the things that frustrated me a little bit on behalf of the Israel side, is him saying, as someone who was in the military, Hamas did their best to abide by a ceasefire. Outside of a couple bands of rebels, they abided by this ceasefire. Well, okay. Then when Israel did their night raid, outside of that one band of Israeli IDF troopers, Israel also abided by the ceasefire. Why does the one incidence of Israel not abiding by that ceasefire that Hamas had broken about 5 or 6 times at that point, why does that not get excused as one individual band of IDF troops? Well, it's because we know that we apply the responsibility of the IDF to control their forces, but we're just not gonna. Again, it's every criticism of Israel comes at the heart of these people truly just saying Hamas can do whatever wrong they want to do because they are the victim in the situation and Israel is the perpetrator. Hamas holds no responsibility over individual cells in their military. They hold no responsibility over their complete not indiscriminate targeting of civilians, discriminate targeting of civilians. They are purposefully hitting civilians. They are purposefully avoiding military and hitting civilians. And that goes to the final idea, which is this idea of proportionality. Hamas hits with everything they have, every chance they get. If Israel's response is disproportionate, it is disproportionate in the negative sense. Israel uses about 1% to 2% of their power on pretty much every attack they launch against Gaza. If they use any more than that, they get widespread political shit on them, including by the UN, which even Goldstone, in both his report and his retraction, calls out the UN Human Rights Committee for having a history of anti-Israeli bias.
Oh yeah, like that's people ask why don't I trust the UN? Is because, and I'll say this, like Israel, right, is one of the most hated outside of the West, outside of the US, Britain, and some of the Western countries. If you look at totality, like the UN had a resolution to condemn Hamas, and they couldn't even do that, right? Like the October 7th attack, to be clear, to condemn Hamas. Mm-hmm. So Israel is one of the most hated countries on the face of this fucking earth, right? Like, so to expect, just like I would never expect the U.S. to be neutral party when it comes to Israel. Of course not. Of course the U.S. isn't a neutral party when it comes to Israel. Yeah. The UN ain't either, right? Like, the UN isn't a neutral party when it comes to Israel. Come on! Anyway, go ahead.
And that's the thing. It's like when we talk about proportionality, this idea, there's so many facts that just get taken for granted in this argument, and a lot of them are just subjective interpretations. And proportionality is a big one I have a problem with, because only under one definition of proportionality can you argue Israel's attacks are disproportionate. Only under the outcome can you say their attacks are disproportionate. But if you look at the frequency, Hamas attacks more. If you look at the percentage of their weapon stockpiles they're using in each attack, Hamas uses more. If you're using the risk to civilian life in proportionality, Hamas deploys more. Again, Hamas seeks out civilian casualties in their attacks. In every single regard other than the outcome, because Hamas is less equipped to defend themselves, because they're not a defensive force, they are an offensive force, and they know when they die, they're going to get whatever they're promised, and Iran is going to fund a whole new swath of Hamas troops to come in. That is why they're a glass cannon force. Unfortunately, they are running into a tank. They are running into the best anti-missile system in the world. So when people say, "Oh, 1,000 Jews died," but you know how many Palestinians have died since? I'm like, well, yeah, because they couldn't get missiles into Israel. So they sent every guy who was willing to sit on a hang glider into Israel to kill every single civilian and kidnap every single civilian they could kill in that time. Israel is doing the opposite. They're doing it. They're doing.
Let me ask you,
Sorry.
do you think, because I want to push back on this a little bit, right? Just like I pushed back on him, I'll push back on you a little
Sure.
bit. We can acknowledge, correct, that out of the, 44% of the buildings that were destroyed, do you think they were all legitimate targets? Every single one?
I mean, probably not. No.
Okay. What percent? I asked him what percentage he thought. He said 90. What percentage do you think were illegitimate targets? Yeah, I thought 90 was... If you're saying 90% of the things that have been bombed in Gaza were illegitimate targets, I think you're a little biased. But I'm curious what you would think.
Legitimate or illegitimate?
Illegitimate. He said that 90% of the strikes in Gaza have been illegitimate and disproportionate and indiscriminate.
Yeah, so my definition of legitimate, at this point, given the history of the area and the understanding at this point, even Arabs there's a poll now, even Arab Israelis, less than half of them believe that there is any hope of a peaceful two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. At this point, my definition, crafted by those facts for an illegitimate target, would be a target that they have zero intel that Hamas is hiding in, Hamas has weapons in, or Hamas has weapons or resources or fuel, or that Hamas has a tunnel underneath. So out of how many of those, is it 44% of the structures or whatever, or 44 individual structures?
44% of all structures
44%.
in Gaza have been bombed.
Right. So if I had to
what
guess
that means, like, have they been all destroyed? I'm not sure on the specifics. I don't know. Right.
So if I had to guess how many of those, I'll just say the structures in Gaza. What percentage of structures in Gaza are legitimate targets under the definition that they either have Hamas hiding in them, have Hamas weapons or resources in them, or have a Hamas tunnel underneath them? I would argue at least 80% of them have one of those, meet one of those three.
Is a tunnel enough? Right? Because I don't know if a tunnel's enough. I think that you're right on the first two. You're right on the first two. If they're firing out, right? Unfortunately, you got to stop them from firing out of that. And if that takes a bomb, that takes a bomb. If there's stockpiles of munitions, then that's a valid target, right?
Yeah. So I mean, it's an invalid target if you do not recognize the validity of the Israeli goal at this point, the stated goal to wipe out Hamas. If you recognize the validity of the Israeli goal to wipe out Hamas, a tunnel has to be a valid target, because the tunnels are the ways that they are moving to do multiple things, not just attack Israel. It's also how they're moving to set IEDs on escape routes into other nations. It is also the tunnels that they use to get to the south where refugees are fleeing to and pop up and operate there now that they know Israel was going to attempt not to strike the south.
I am curious, and I don't know the number, but out of the 10,000 civilians who have died in Gaza, and to be clear, that's a horrific amount in such a short time. It's horrific. I do wonder how much were the results of Hamas directly just keeping people from fleeing, and like literally just using, like, killing them when they tried to
Yeah.
leave, right? I don't know.
And that time,
right?
and that many, I can't even guess because it relies on so much. It
Yeah,
relies on
I can't,
how many
I can't.
people-
But
yeah.
I think I would be surprised if it was 0.
Yeah. And I mean, I know it's not 0 because you
Yeah.
got to think there's so many things that they do provably go on their Twitter. They
put
or their
IED,
X.
like you said, they put IEDs on these escape routes, and when
Yeah.
it's just
Well, no, not just go on Twitter. Go on their Twitter. They are tweeting, "This is not true. Israel is lying to you. Stay where you are," knowing these rockets are coming. And so it's like that I would count, right? That is a Hamas casualty, because that is a casualty perpetrated by Hamas. They're getting these people, anybody who listened to that and did not leave, that's Hamas's fault when they get struck with a rocket and they die, because Hamas is doing everything they can they're literally trying to counteract Israeli attempts to preserve their people's lives. Right? This is something that even in World War II wasn't done. I think it was the English and the Germans on Christmas ate together on Christmas during a battle. Like, this might have been World War I because I think it was the trenches.
Yeah,
So it
it's
was
the
World War
trenches.
I, yeah, where they met and ate Christmas dinner together. Like, any attempt by the other side to preserve life was always respected. It's not that way now. And that's the final point, which is all of this conversation is happening because we are taking for granted the idea that Israel should be expected to follow rules of war that none of their historical opponents have ever followed. Right?
I'm going to be clear.
Not
I
in
think
the
they
history
should.
of Israel.
I think that's what makes them, like, if you want to be the good guys, you have to follow the rules.
Sure.
So I am
but
going to
I
hold
still
them
think it's
to that
worth
standard.
recognizing.
I
Yeah, I
am
think
going
it's
to
still
hold them
worth
to that standard.
recognizing. Yeah. And, I do in some cases. But when I look at the reality of war, right, especially when we're talking about disproportionate response, that's my thing, is because in the developed world where everybody follows the rules, we can look at outcome as a measure of proportionality, because it's expected that Western nations will sort of fight on level with one another. This expectation does not exist in the Middle East. And so outcome is a terrible way to measure proportionality in the Middle East, because there is no nation that is even kind of similarly equipped to another nation. I mean, you could argue Lebanon and Iran are somewhat, but even then it gets really dicey. So that's a lot of my struggles, really, or my problems with kind of the conversation, is this idea that Hamas was ever working toward peace. If you want to argue the PA, the Palestinian Authority, has worked toward peace at times.
They have.
Sure.
We know they
And
have, right?
Yeah.
Like
and
the
at
Oslo
best,
Accords, there's other instances where they absolutely have. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But Hamas, that one for me is where I hop off and I'm like, Hamas is an offensive force. Hamas exists to work toward the extermination and eradication of Jews in the Middle East. And the only way I would ever accept that Hamas is working toward peace is if they did all three of these things. One, they publicly denounce the inclusion of the eradication of Jews in the Israeli state from their charter. Two, they publicly agree to a two-state solution with the the recognition of Israel as a state. And three, they establish a defensive force in Gaza and establish military bases outside of civilian areas.
Okay,
in either Gaza or the West Bank.
to correct some misinformation in chat, Hamas, estimates is 25 to 40K operatives within Hamas. It's not 10K. It's estimated, the best guess I've seen from multiple intelligence sources is there's about 25 to 40K Hamas operatives within Gaza today. Whether or not, how many of them have been killed, I don't know, right? But yeah, that's the estimate that I've seen.
So I don't think you can say you're working toward peace if in your charter is necessitates that the state you're trying to be peaceful with doesn't exist. If you don't have any military, you don't have really any military bases outside of civilian infrastructure, and if every time you've been approached about a two-state solution, you've rejected it, and any time you've been approached about even recognizing that a state exists that you're fighting with, there's no work toward peace there, if that's the case.
Fair enough. Jeb, thanks for coming on. I'm going to give some other people a chance. Yeah, we'll see you later, buddy.
See ya.
Hello, you're live.
Can you hear me?
I can now. What's up?
Oh, wait, hold on. Just give me a second. Ooh, hi, Whick.
Long time no see.
Yeah, wow. It's only been like, what, 1 day?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I think Lycan gave you a lot of good accountability, you know?
Yeah? Like what?
So I am, yeah, he came in with a lot of good facts about, his military expertise that, I personally did not know. So, yeah, I don't know all that shit, right? Because I only read off of Wikipedia pages and, watch Loner Box. So, what do I know, right? So here's the thing, okay? We can disagree on the facts all we want. We can disagree on descriptions all we want, right? And labeling all we want, whether or not to call Hamas terrorists or not, right?
Sure.
But I think that next step prescriptions are the most important, right? How do you feel about the settlements? Do you agree with stopping the settlements immediately?
On the West Bank, you're referring to? Absolutely.
Okay, awesome.
I also agree, and I agree with Lycan, that we should work towards ending the blockade. My prescription here is for a two-state solution, and I know a lot of people on the ground there think that that's unviable at this point, but I don't believe it is. I have a little more hope that I think that with the normalization of Israel with Saudi Arabia and other countries, that they can work together to normalize, right, a two-state solution. We've gotten close before with the Oslo Accords, Omer's offer. There's been a few times where we've been close and we've been willing to work towards that, but it just for various reasons hasn't happened. Now,
Sure.
that said, what like the advocacy should be again for once Hamas is done, once Hamas is gone, right? Is to set up things in place to make sure that they and other organizations aren't able to just retake power. We don't have Hamas 2.0 just spring up. Ideally, I don't think this is realistic, but ideally, I would like to see a third party come in and just sit on the region and make sure that they all behave nicely. Unfortunately, you have to ask yourselves who's willing to do that, because that would be a decades-long project and it would be astronomically expensive.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So I think that I agree with you that I think that the settlements should stop immediately. I think the buildings should end just literally right there, at least at the East Jerusalem line. I think all the settlements that are speckled, just literally just speckled outside of East Jerusalem line, should be returned back to the Palestinians. I think everybody inside of the settlements that are inside the houses there should be evacuated. And here's the thing, I understand that it is hard for the families inside of these houses to be convinced to be moved out now that they have moved in, right? But the thing is that otherwise it is hard to reach peace negotiations with the Palestinians in the future, and that's the end of it. And I think that there should be monetary compensation, very large amounts of monetary compensations, especially under Israeli law and Israeli legal factors that they have moved into these settlements. Because at the end of the day, it is against international law that they
Sure.
have moved in. Would you agree with that, Wick?
Sure.
Okay, awesome.
I don't see anything wrong with all of this, right, so far. Go ahead.
Yeah. How would you say? So I don't think that they actually asked the Palestinians in Gaza for 24 hours. Was it 24 hours, or did you know if it was
Initially, reports were saying that they were giving them 24 hours to evacuate. However, due to U.S. and other pressures, that was extended for quite a few weeks, right? So it wasn't just 24 hours at the end of the day. They gave them several. I'd have to look at the exact amount of time that they took, but it was more than just 24 hours. Yeah.
Would you say it was 48 hours at least?
At least, I'm saying it was a significantly more than 24 hours of what it ended up being, because again, I remember the reports, right? Israel was dropping leaflets and other things and saying you have 24 hours to get out, but then you had Biden and other politicians and other pressures being put onto Netanyahu, and he was willing to back off that initial 24-hour, and they extended it. I'm not sure exactly how long, but it was more than 48 hours. It was several days at least.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. If that is the case, then I'm fine with that. Like as long as it is not just 24 hours, then I'm fine with that. Another thing that I sort of want to state as well is that, Wick, do you believe in the death toll?
10,000? I have no reason to disbelieve it. Sure, sure.
Yeah, because right now it is from like the Hamas thing. But the thing is, from what I know, is that
Yeah,
they
but
released the IDs and names of the
I
of at
don't
least
have any
20,000
I don't
people, I
have
think.
any evidence that that is false, right? So I'm gonna just
Mhm.
go with it. I don't I wouldn't be surprised if it's false, but I have no evidence to suggest it is. So we're just gonna go with it.
Yeah. I think, okay, here's another next step prescription I have, and this is a little bit radical. Ready? So this is something I argued with Quibbles. And if you don't know Quibbles, then that's okay.
I know
So
quibbles. Go ahead.
he is extremely pro-Israeli. So the immigrations have to stop. And I mean
The
all
immigrations?
yeah, immigrations to Israel right now. So all Jewish immigrations and immigrations in general right now to Israel has to
Why?
stop. Because any way that the Israeli population can increase means that more housing has to be built, and any housing that has to be built means that you are either building on existing temples right now in Israel proper, or you're expanding outwards, which means it's not good.
Wait, that's not true. You can again, wait, what? No, you can build on. There's land there that can be built that is not under Gazan control or a Palestinian like control or anything like that. That is within what everyone like
I mean, I may
anyone
not
who's
know.
looking.
I may not know. I may
Okay,
not know.
there's
But where
plenty of land that they can build for this, right? Like this isn't like they can if they wanted to go from one single story housing to make an apartment complex, they could, right? Like they could. There's absolutely options that they have other than building on temple grounds or in the West Bank, which is what makes the West Bank settlements extra wrong because they don't need to go there, right?
then why the hell were they expanding? I guess then when they could like build 2-story, 3-story
Well, the
housing.
Likud doesn't want Palestinians at all in the West Bank, and so that's the Likud and the settler policies there is with the purpose of getting the Palestinians out, right? That is a war crime. Well, I don't know if it's a war crime, but
It's
it's
not a war
bad.
crime. It's like a 49th section
It's
international law.
it's a
Yeah,
violation of international law. Let's say that.
yeah.
And I think that is wrong. I think it is immoral, and it needs to stop. But it's like that's not because there's too many Jews moving in to Israel. That's not why they're doing it.
I hmm. Is it possible to, I don't know. Would it still exacerbate the situation though?
No,
Immigration right now, at
why?
least during the time of the Israel-Hamas war.
Well, it's also the time when across the globe you have a over 1,000% spike in anti-Semitic hate crimes going on, right? We're seeing Jewish individuals that are not connected to Israel be targeted not
I think
only in
that's fair.
America, but in
Yeah, I think that's
Canada
fair.
and in Russia and in the West in general, right? There's a
Mhm.
huge kind of fear that is going around. We had a gentleman just the other day that was, again, he got his head caved in by a megaphone just because he was waving an Israeli flag, right?
To
He
be
was a
fair,
Jewish
that is an
individual.
exception, right? That
And
is an
and and so
exception that you saw,
and
right?
like there
Not
is
really the
a
norm.
there is a there is there's why would
Wait,
we
to be
stop
fair,
immigration to Israel at this point? Because I could see
wait.
very big reasons for Jews wanting to move into Israel at this point.
Wick. I'm more than happy to have immigrants over to Israel if it means like building 2-story, 3-story shit, right? Um, you're saying that the only reason Likud is expanding out to the West Bank and etc., right, is so then they can take up more land in terms of like square feet and shit,
Well,
right?
no,
It's not
they
because
want
of,
Palestinians out of there. At least the
yeah,
Likud and
they're taking up
Netanyahu, they want to
so
get rid of
basic.
the Palestinians in the West
Right.
Bank. Yeah.
They want to take up land. They don't want to build vertically. They want to build horizontally. That's what you're saying, right?
Well, no, they are wanting to. Okay, Netanyahu and
Yeah,
Likud
they want to build
specifically want to get
horizontally.
rid of, not build. It has nothing to do with build or Jewish immigrants or any of that. What they're trying to do, right, is get rid of, right, the Palestinian population in the West Bank. And that's what, when people say it's apartheid, that's what they're referring to. is they're trying to segregate this population out of this area into another area. It has nothing to do with Jewish immigrants and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I don't think we disagree there. Like, I'm saying that, like, if they expand land-wise, they're building horizontally. Does that make sense?
Okay, I understand. I don't. I no, it doesn't. Like, what are you
No,
saying?
when you're saying building apartment-wise, like upwards, right? Like 2-story, 3-story housing. I'm saying they're expanding vertically, right? That's what I'm saying.
I'm not familiar enough with their zoning regulations.
No, I'm not talking about zoning regulations.
Or
I'm talking
whether they're building
okay,
vertically or
alright.
horizontally. What is
No,
the point here?
That's what I'm asking. I'm perfectly fine if, like, okay, the immigrants aren't really causing that much of an issue, because from
Yeah,
what
it's
I
not
hear,
like nothing.
from what I
None of
hear,
this
from
is
where,
because there's
right?
too many immigrants and
Yeah, from what I hear, Ukrainian Jews, right? Ukrainian Jews need refuge, right? So if Ukrainian Jews need refuge, then I think Israel should be able to accept them.
Sure,
Yeah, that's
I
fine.
agree. Right?
Yeah.
But what you did was you came in and you advocated we should stop immigration into Israel.
Yeah, I think I need to look into that further.
Please do.
Because, huh?
Please do. Yes.
Yeah. I don't know why, because I think the other day when Lonerbox was in here, and I asked him that question, I don't think he ever brought that part up, like in terms of building up the housing vertically or whatever the heck.
Yeah, why couldn't they? If they
I don't
wanted
know.
to, yeah. We have multi-level apartment complexes, etc., all over America, right? Like we can absolutely build up if they needed to. We don't have to take up more land. Now you can argue that's an eyesore or something like that, but yeah, it's whatever.
Would you do you agree with threatening to cut down Iron Dome funding and threatening to cut funding to Israel if Israel does not comply with
So
if
the
they
U.S.
keep
funding,
doing some war crime
the U.S. military
related things?
fund, like the amount of funding that the U.S. provides Israel is only about 16% of its military budget. Us cutting that up would just make them spend some more. It wouldn't affect it, right? It wouldn't cause a dramatic change either way. And what it would do though is it would also kind of unleash Netanyahu, right? Like we are at this point able to leverage.
So where does the rest of that money come from then? I guess I'm
like,
asking.
what do you mean? They have taxes and they spend like
Sure.
they have their own their own GDP, their own economy. They aren't just like entirely funded by the U.S. They exist as an entity in and of themselves. Yeah.
So if only 16% of the money that goes to Israel,
military spend, their military budget, to be clear.
Okay, their military budget. Okay, how much of the total money that goes into Israel is from the U.S.?
I do not know.
Okay, because there's a difference between 16% that goes into the military versus how much to the country in general, right?
I don't know, right? But there are problems with cutting the funding that I don't think it would solve the problem, and there's evidence to suggest that it might exacerbate the problem. So that's why I'm not pushing for that. That's why I don't advocate for cutting funding. Yeah.
Which is why you can threaten to cut the funding, right?
I guess you could, but if they call your bluff, then you're screwed, right? Like so.
Yes, but regardless, sometimes you do have to threaten Israel, especially if they're not doing good
Israel
enough, right?
Israel has historically listened to the United States when the United States has put pressures on them. And you can argue for why.
I'll say that is a good
But when when Biden, for example, initially Netanyahu, we can look at this. We just talked about this. Initially, Netanyahu gave 24 hours for Gazans to evacuate. Because of the U.S. pressure, he extended that. Right, so we are able to put pressure on Netanyahu to at least make some decisions that are different than he normally wants to, and that's fine. I think that's a great thing, right? But cutting funding and getting rid of our finger in the pie there will only serve to weaken our influence in their political system, and I don't know if that's wise at this point to weaken American influence on Israel right now. I think it's probably unwise. Because if we stop funding Israel, stop for a minute. If we stop funding Israel, China, it's like, hey, we can help you out. And they wave some money in their face. And I think I would rather the U.S. have influence over Israel than China having influence over Israel.
Yeah, I sort of get your point there, but there's probably also a medium zone where you can threaten Israel without China necessarily also stepping in immediately and then giving them money, right? And then Israel being dependent on China. I'm sure that there is some moderate zone there, right?
Well,
But
dependent's a strong word. We're not saying dependent, right? They're not dependent on the U.S., right?
Right. But I'm saying you don't have to give Israel leverage all the way. You don't have to have Israel be wholly like dependent on the U.S. all the way and give them like free reign to do whatever
U.S.
they want.
can
right?
adjust the U.S. can adjust its relations to Israel in several different ways that wouldn't result in a total lack of influence in the area and the region and to the government. And you can say like, hey, these might be good ideas to do to influence them or try to influence them to do X, Y, and Z. But then you got to ask, what are we trying to influence them to do? What are we trying, like, one, is our influence currently working? And I would demonstrate that, yes, it is. And we can see the fact that Biden pushed for Netanyahu to turn back on the food, water, electricity, etc. They did that because of U.S. influence and pressure upon them. Again, to extend the evacuation time. They did that because U.S. pressure was put upon them. So again, I think the amount of pressure we're able to exert is working. You can advocate that we should be pushing them to do more or less, and that's fine, but you got to be specific if you want me to engage with it, right?
Sure. Whick, how do you feel about the Dresden fire bombings?
Bad. I don't like it. War crime.
What did you say specific? How many civilians are you
25,000 were killed in Dresden over a 2-day period.
Yes, I know. Yes.
Yeah.
How many civilians are you willing to kill in exchange for one Hamas officer?
Say it one more time.
How many civilians are you willing to kill for one Hamas officer?
Are you saying how many civilians I think are acceptable casualties if the IDF is willing to kill?
How many
Palestinian civilians to kill one Hamas? It would depend on a multitude of factors. How important is this Hamas officer to the Hamas operations? Like, would killing this? No, because you asked a question. I've got to tell you that's not enough information to make any kind of answer to you, because I have to ask other follow-up questions to get context here. Is there a reasonable expectation that by killing this Hamas officer that we could dismantle Hamas fully, right? That's a good question. And my number changes. If there is no reasonable expectation of that, it's far less, right? But if we can win the war by killing one man, if that is the on-the-ground intelligence, this is a realistic thing, there is a good chance, over an 80% chance, that by killing this officer, Hamas dismantles and crumbles, that number goes higher.
He has been in service for 20 years. He has started as a communications officer, and now he is a second command.
Again, you're giving me these hypotheticals, and I'm telling you, if
I am giving you more details about this guy.
Sure, depending on his importance, that number, it's more than one, right? So again, if because you have to ask how many lives will be saved by killing this guy. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's the thing. And depending on who this guy is and the ability to wage war that he gives to Hamas, or the ability for Hamas to operate within the region and to exert influence and control over the region, that changes my answer. And it's really hard to give you an exact number because of that reason. And I don't think that's dodging the question. I don't think that it's just being like it's more than one, right? It's probably less than 1 million, right? I don't know. It would depend.
Where would you...
Let
So
me
I guess
ask you
the
this.
part I am
You have one
Sure.
Hamas operative, not an officer or anything. He's firing rockets at your wife and husband and kids, right? He's firing rockets, okay, out of a school, right? The school
at my
has
specific or somebody else's, because that's a big difference for me.
yours, your
Oh,
family.
the
Your
fuck, then
family's
I'm
being
firing at
attacked.
them. The fuck, of course I'm
Okay.
firing at them.
Okay.
That's a big difference for me. Yeah.
Sure. So even if there was like 2 kids in there that you reasonably expected would be casualties, would be killed, if you struck this, you would still take that shot?
I would take that shot at them just because they're my family, not because they're anybody
Okay,
else's family.
fair enough. What if there was
But
20
that-
kids? Would you take the shot?
Ooh. Probably not anymore. I don't know. Like
Okay.
that's a much
But
more
so between
weirder
2 and
thing.
20, there's some amount between 2 and 20 that you would accept as acceptable collateral damage in order to stop this individual from shooting rockets at you and your family. So we can imagine, right, that the IDF is making similar calculations. And you can say that they're right or they're wrong for doing this, and the results aren't going to equal what they are. But at a certain point, I think everyone understands this, and international law agrees with this, to be clear, that there is a level, and this is horrific. I don't want to try to, I want to reiterate that any civilian life lost is a tragedy. It's
But
horror.
from
It's
what I
terror,
know-
right?
but
But
from
there
what I
is
remember-
there is
Wait.
the allowance, right, that we, the international community, give to militaries to strike targets where civilians are in the area, knowing that there is a high probability of those civilians dying.
Wait.
And
I don't agree with you here,
Yes.
but for example, if we hit Hitler's bunker and the janitor was there and the janitor died, I don't really give a fuck, right? Obviously.
that's why I was trying to make
However-
this as emotionally like innocent as possible. So kids. That's why I
fine.
was using kids
That's-
as an example.
Oh, I don't care about kids. But for Hitler,
Okay.
I don't care about Hitler, okay? If Hitler's janitor died, I don't know if I give much of a fuck there, right? Obviously. But let's just say it was but I think the example you gave us specifically was 10,000 for 10 Hamas officers.
When did I get
that
this
the-
example?
Was that I don't know.
No.
Somebody
Okay,
said
so you're
something
talking about a tweet that
that-
𝕬𝖎𝖙 made that said that IDF had claimed that they only killed 10 Hamas operatives. 10 Hamas members was the word they used, to be clear.
Sure.
And the
What
link
was
they
that-
provided
what was-
showed, and
what
let me
was-
finish because I'm explaining to my audience what
Sure.
happened here. So
Mhm.
when I clicked the link, because I like, really? Did the IDF say that? That they only killed 10 Hamas members through the whole bombing campaign? That was wild to me, and I was shocked, and I wanted to know. And so I clicked the link, and lo and behold, that's not what they were saying. They were saying that they killed, so far, at least according to that article, 10 brigade commanders, Hamas brigade commanders. That's a significant difference. It gives questions that I don't know. So the only pushback I was giving to that article and to that tweet wasn't, I think the 10,000 are justified or not. It was that, hey, you just lied to me. You just
Sure.
made shit up, threw it out there, presented it as fact, and it was easily proven to be just a straight up lie. And that is my critique of it, because when that person, if that person were to tweet out or to give me evidence that they say suggested that Israeli was doing actual war crimes, I would no longer believe them because they've lied to me before. Now, unfortunately, it doesn't, like, maybe they are. Maybe the source they provide me this time is 100% accurate, right? But I have lost the trust. They have lost all their credibility because they wanted to lie to me for no real reason. There was no reason to lie to me, right?
Sure. So for me, what is the most accepting, I guess? Do you know where you might be able to draw a more
I don't-
specific line?
Look, if at the end of this conflict, right, we are able to get, because Hamas is removed from Gaza, if we are able to get a 2-state solution and peace and prosperity reigns amongst Israel and Palestine both, then maybe it was acceptable. But that's the thing. I don't know if that's going to happen. None of us know it's going to happen. I don't think there's, like, we can argue whether there's a reasonable expectation that it will bring the region closer to peace. And there's reasonable arguments to be made that it will not, right? There is some evidence to suggest that it will not. But there is also evidence to suggest that it absolutely will, and it's absolutely necessary. And depending on which evidence you believe and where you, again, weight your the weight you put upon each of these pieces of evidence will change your answer. And I think that's a reasonable discussion to be having. It's a reasonable argument to be having. But this is a problem here too, right? One of the reasons I've been looking for people in the region to talk about it is because so many times I see us Westerners, and I'm including myself in this, sit on our Western thrones, waving our Western wands and wish casting on what we want to happen in the region. I see a lot of people say, one Palestinian secular state where Jews and Arabs live in peace with equal rights. The problem with that is that there is not a single political party within Israel or Palestine right now that wants that. No one. Zero. So us wish casting that on our Western thrones, acting as if like we la-da-da-la-da-dee, obey our Western supremacy, ha-ha! Like, and that's just gonna happen is wild to me. That's why I want to talk to people from the region.
One last question. So, for the ceasefire, you agree with no ceasefire, right?
I think that I'm for a pause. And what's the difference? Because if I thought that a ceasefire would be honored by Hamas, I would push for a ceasefire. I just don't think it will. I think I do advocate for a pause in IDF bombings in order to get humanitarian aid into Gaza, right? But what that means is the IDF stop firing for a bit. The Hamas, we all know, is going to just keep shooting rockets at us, right? So that's what it is. Like, so the people who are advocating for a ceasefire, what they're actually advocating for, right, is a pause, because Hamas is just going to keep fighting and keep firing, right? Like, we know this. We kind of expect this at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So again, what the more accurate term here is a pause. It's semantics, but it's important.
Okay. Let's just say, so let's just say it's not really called a ceasefire. It's more of a pause.
Sure, and Biden has pushed for this. Other people have pushed for this. Yes, Bernie Sanders has pushed for this.
Maybe just 24 hours for just so the aid could just coordinate arbitrary length of time. Obviously,
yeah. I don't know how much they would need, right?
More scientific calculated
in order
time,
to get aid to Gaza, and if we can negotiate a hostage exchange or a prisoner exchange or something, that'd be great too. I don't know if we can with Hamas. I don't know how realistic those are. There are some reports that Qatar is kind of leading negotiations on this, but I don't know how trustworthy Qatar is in these negotiations. I just don't know, so I can't really answer. We have one more person in line though, so last question before we let you go.
No, that was my last question. Your answers were satisfactory.
Well, I'm glad I got the food stamp of approval. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But for now, we're going to let you go. Okay. See you later.
All right. See ya. Goodbye.
Okay. I've never heard someone advocate to stop the immigration of Jews to Israel. But hey, it is what it is. Gibbs, you're live. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, it's all good, Papa. It's all good. How you doing today? Yeah, so I was doing some fact checking, doing your whole debate, because I really got I usually don't get triggered, but I did get triggered whenever your first guest Lycan brought up Lebanon as a prime example. And Lebanon since 2019 has basically been a failed state. Like that's a big reason Hezbollah has not been as active in this war, is because they're having massive problems at home, right? Like, they've been active, but like they're having massive problems. I have friends that live in Lebanon. I worked in Lebanon. Like they don't even have food. They're not food. They don't even have garbage service in some of their major cities right now. Like that concept really bothered me. Also, another thing. So we bring up the Oslo Accords a lot, and I just want to reiterate that. From the get-go of the Oslo Accords, Hamas, in response to the Oslo Accords, started a string of suicide bombings.
Oh yeah,
that was a big reason why it was controversial.
At the time, the Arafat was in charge, PLO was in charge, so Hamas was just kind of like a rebel group, right at that point.
I mean, it was so bad that they started putting bacon fat in seats on buses, so when it blew up, it would touch suicide bombers. That was like a whole meme thing that was done by I guess some private people, I guess, right?
Yep.
So it was bad, right? So, and then he brought up the and then I guess Food Stops brought up the aid to Israel, right? And only 10 billion has gone to the Iron Dome system, which I want to point out is a purely defensive thing. It's not like the Iron Dome is sending missiles against people. This is so like they can defend their civilian population from indiscriminate or
Yeah, the
discriminate
Iron Dome
attacks.
is a defensive system that strikes incoming rockets and
Right.
incoming aerial.
So
Yeah.
the
Nope.
idea
Iron
we should
Dome,
take funding.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, so the idea we should take funding from that really, to me, almost is like a mask slip of anti-Semitism, right? If you are advocating in any form that you think the Iron Dome should be defunded or taken away, you're basically supporting the genocide of the Jews. That's what you're doing by suggesting that, because Israel is in a hostile area towards their existence. Like, let's level. Most of those countries don't like Israel existing, so that kind of always bothers me a little
1
bit.
second, I have to. My dog. I don't know if you can hear him.
Sure, go ahead.
But give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Entertain my audience. Keep.
Yeah, sure. I'll just keep running down my list of random things I got that I found here. Uh, so like also in 2006, 2007, I'll post the link if y'all want it in I guess Wick's Discord. The Guardian, which leans left, they posted an article here about just recently talking about this. But you know, in 2006, 2007, after they came to power and they were purportedly, you know, doing peace treaties, they were also funding their military with all the aid. They're funneling money into their black sites. So the idea they wanted peace even then is pretty laughable to me. What do I think of Wick's Bucktooth? Love it. It's big fan. Big fan. Yeah, you know, the good stuff. Impersonate Wick.
Sorry
I don't know
about
that I
that.
can impersonate Wick.
Sorry
I don't
about
have
that. I'm back. I'm back.
You're all good. Yeah, I don't know I can do an impersonation of you like your chat's asking. Your voice is very
Hey,
different.
gang. That's a good one. Everyone does, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, so they brought up the 2006, 2007, where they like, you know, looked for peace. You know, you brought up them not being them having multiple factions within Hamas, and I would say that I don't even think it is a multiple factions issue. They had a few people that were like the public face, kind of doing for peace, and then I posted a link in your. I sent it to you actually. I also sent it in your Discord, but you know, and I mentioned that the Guardian leans left, so I feel like their bias, if they had a bias, would be, you know, probably somewhat favorable towards the Palestinians, right, over the Israelis, because that seems to be how the left is kind of leaning right now. But they basically are saying that it was just a mask slip the whole time. They were basically funneling the aid into their military wing the entire time. The minute they took power on an anti-corruption platform and immediately started doing the same things, right? And I'm starting to wonder, really, when it comes to like the left here on Twitch poll and Twitter and really in general, if the support for Palestine and Hamas is not just it's either, to me, it almost seems either disingenuous or like ill-informed to me. I can't decide.
Hold on. Do you think that most of leftist Twitch polls support Hamas?
I mean, the ones I've encountered.
Name names.
Yes.
Name names.
So okay, I mean, like you had just fed food stamps here on here.
You think food stamps support? Like,
yeah,
let's be real here. You think food stamps supports Hamas?
I mean, I think they support the Palestine, which I think is essentially Hamas at this point.
What? No, it's
I'll tell you
not.
why I think that. I'll tell you why I'll take that, right? I'll tell you why I think that. Do we agree that over 50% of them are children of non-voting age, right?
In Gaza? Sure.
In Gaza.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's so under 50% don't get a vote. Okay. And even if they did get a vote, they probably wouldn't, because Hamas is in power. Hamas was put in power.
Well, Hamas hasn't held elections since they got in power. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
To be fair, that's true. To be fair, but they've also held an extremely high approval rating. Last time I checked, it was 60.
Yeah, because anyone who doesn't approve of them gets thrown off a roof, right? Like it's like if you ask Russians, right, do they support Putin? Of course they're going to say yes, because if they say no, really bad things happen to them. No, Gibbs, no. The support of Palestine. No, stop. The support of Palestine does not mean you support Hamas. Now, there is a portion of the left, and we can cite the poll, right, that I think maybe does support Hamas. But food stamps? No way. No way.
Okay, well, let's just BLM then, because they posted a photo with the hang gliders. I mean, you know, if you want to pick a major organization that is a left-wing organization, like they posted photos with the hang gliders saying they stood with Hamas. Like that's something they did, right? That's like unequivocally undebatable. That's a major significant part of the left, right? And this comes back to kind of like I feel like it's either disingenuous or it's just ill-informed, because I'll see something like y'all brought up the Dresden bombings.
No, you keep
right?
no. Let's go back to naming names. You said food shops. We thought that was bullshit. Name another
I don't
one.
know. I mean,
You
okay,
don't know.
I will stay with food shop. I mean, I just wasn't prepared to
Here.
come in here and name names.
You know what?
I mean, you post people on Twitter all the time.
Tell it to her face. Go ahead.
I think you support terrorism. I think you support terrorists, and I think you support openly support Hamas. Even if you don't think you do, I think you do. I think you're also borderline anti-Semitic.
You pathetic little trapezoid, low testosterone looking fuck.
I have high tea. That's why I got a beard, Papa.
You pathetic little oval. What do you want from me?
I'm saying, I think you. He said, "Say it to your face." I'm saying, I think you support.
Yes,
What part-
Gibbs have been making accusations. Do you support Hamas food shops?
No.
Okay.
All right. So you didn't support the Dresden bombings, but do you support Sherman's March to the Sea?
What the fuck is even that?
It's a real question, because I have a point that I've been trying to make that I haven't been able to make this whole time.
I'm transgender and I have more tea than you. Okay? I don't know who the fuck you are. Who are you?
I mean, listen.
What kind of pathetic little bitch you are?
I see you're not
Who
defending.
are you?
You're not defending your point here that you don't support Hamas and terrorism, because that's what it sounds like you do.
What is insulting a little man-child like you supporting Hamas? Is that what it is?
What is insulting? That doesn't even make sense what you just said.
I could bounce you against a wall,
Okay.
and you would pop.
I see this is you have a lot of
Okay.
debating support of Hamas.
Let's get back
Who
to the
are
accusation at hand. Gibbs has made the accusation. I think it's only fair to let you come and answer this accusation that you, intentionally or not, are supporting terrorism and Hamas. What do you say to that, food shops?
No. What part of that made you think that?
I mean, maybe the part where you just assumed that Israel was one giant city, they couldn't build upwards, and you wanted to support an anti-Semitic cause, like stop Jewish immigration to Israel, because you thought it somehow empowered them in their movements. And also, I'd like to point out that the West Bank has also been disputed land. It's not just some international law has said that it's whatever land, but others, like Israel, has said it's themselves, they consider it disputed. So, I mean, you openly just sat here and took every anti-Israel position
Gibbs.
you could. That's supporting Hamas.
Gibbs. Let's go over that disputed land part, okay?
All right. How did they gain control of that land?
Hold on. Do you support the Supreme Court of Israel?
Do I support the Supreme Court of Israel?
Hold on. Do you trust the Supreme Court of Israel? Do you consider them credible?
I don't have enough information to.
Would you say that they are a Semitic or anti-Semitic organization, at least in Israel?
Once again, I would say that if they're supported by the government, then they're probably Semitic.
Okay. They have ruled that it is violating international law.
Listen, and I have sources right here that I'm looking at that shows that they like you just said you look at Wikipedia earlier, right? The Wikipedia article on the West Bank states that Israel, since 1967, states that they consider it disputed land because no one had sovereign control of that land. And
last time I checked, multiple international sources have said that it is in fact illegal.
Well,
it's illegal.
Do you think if the UN tomorrow decided, hey, California is a illegal whatever, and decided that we were just doing something illegal in California, do you think that law holds any water here in the United States?
Yeah, except it's not, is it?
No, but it's the same.
Is that the reality right now?
Israel
is that the reality right now? We're in conjunction here.
Israel considers this disputed land, and you're telling me an international body has the right to come in there and tell them what they can and can't do on land that they feel is disputed?
Do you realize?
No, answer the question. Sure. You think if the international body came in and said California is whatever, or all these refugees in Texas, that Texas now has a moral obligation to do whatever?
What do you define as disputed? What do you define as disputed?
I mean, I'm arguing that the international law has no validity to Israel, and Israel's saying it's disputed, so therefore they have just as much a right to say that.
What do you define as more valid? What do you define as more valid than the other?
Probably the one in control of it is probably the one that's got the most validity. I mean, they were attacked and they took over after they were attacked. I mean, let's just be level here. That's why they had this land, is because they were attacked and they gave out a whooping and they took the land.
Okay.
Is that true or not?
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that the real power lies in whoever holds the land. Okay. All right. I have no doubt over that. All right. However, it does affect you on the world stage. Okay. When every other country regards that the land that you are occupying right now as internationally illegal. Does that make sense? It
Oh,
does affect your business investitures in the future, especially on the world stage, when the land that they regard you on, especially, is illegal. Does that make sense, Gibbs?
No, it does not make sense because you're
Why?
avoiding what I'm saying. Like, listen,
Does the
Texas is
Bosnian
having a-
genocide
if Tex-
trials not regard you
Texas- if
whatsoever,
Texas
even though
has-
that was
if Texas
international
having a
tribunals?
Look, if Texas is having a border crisis and the UN ruled tomorrow that we have to handle it a certain way, I'd say fuck the UN. But you would sit here and argue that, oh, international law dictates that Texas has to handle these illegal border crossings a certain way. Do you see the problem here with that logic?
It would be
That-
disputed because if
Right,
Texas,
why
if
is that?
Texas,
Why is that?
because if Texas says if Texas says if right now if California is one way but then international law says it's another way, it would be disputed because there's a disagreement there, right?
So do you think New Mexico and Arizona should go back to Mexico? Because that's what you're saying, basically.
If there's a disagreement, then it's disputed by definition, right?
Well, so you're
We're-
saying
we're-
that the
we're
reason why it's
trying
not
to-
valid is because
right
this international
now-
community
Right
has
now
somehow
we
decided
are right now
that
what
is
do you define?
illegal.
That's why I'm saying we are trying to define what does disputed mean to you. That's the whole point.
I'm
We don't
saying
even
that there is- I would-
agree right now what does disputed mean. We can't progress further in this conversation right now if we don't agree what disputed means. What does disputed mean to you, Gibbs? What does it mean to you?
Disputed means that Israel does not agree with what international law is saying. Just like I mean, that's what disputed means.
Okay, then that's it. Then
They have
then
every
by
right to be
definition,
there.
that's also
So they have every
disputed.
right to be there.
Then
They have every right
according
to
to your
be there.
hypothetical, that is also disputed. Does that make sense, Gibbs?
No.
What?
And I'm going to tell you why. Once again, look at Arizona and New Mexico. We took that land from Mexico.
If the U.S.
We
says
took that land from
that it
Mexico,
belongs to
and
the
the
U.S.
UN
and international, if UN says it doesn't
Oh,
belong
yeah,
to the
if-
U.S., by your definition, that's disputed.
Yeah, it's disputed by them, but it's not disputed by Israel. They're
You
sitting here
just
saying it's disputed.
contradicted yourself, Gibbs.
No, I didn't. I don't understand how you can't understand something.
What
simple.
we're gonna do?
By your
Okay,
own
stop,
definition, you
both of you.
contradicted yourself.
Both of you. This deserves a wider discussion, a longer discussion. Unfortunately, I have scheduled things that I have to get to. But food shops, Gibbs, contact me. We'll set this up because again, food
I'll
shops.
be waiting for you, Gibbs.
I want to give you a chance to
I'll
defend
give you another
yourself.
whooping.
And Gibbs, I want to be clear. I think you should apologize to food shops. I think that was a wild
You're
accusation.
saying I'm
I
a
don't think it-
Hamas supporter?
I mean, I think you're. I mean, yeah, I think you are. I'm not going to apologize because I think it's true.
Anti-Semitic?
We'll
I think
talk
it's
about
true.
it later.
Slandered me.
We'll talk about it later.
You slandered me.
I'm
Okay.
not
For
saying you.
something I'm clearly am not.
I think you are. I think you are.
I have
Whether you.
attacked Hamas supporters.
I did.
and I
Gather
have
your evidence.
attacked
Both
anti-Semitic.
of you,
I
both
did-
of you, both
I
of you,
did
both of you,
preface it with
both
saying
of you,
that
both
it's
of stop.
not.
I will stop you. Both of you, gather your evidence and meet me on the Tuesday, and we'll have this Tuesday.
Sure.
Okay, see you, gang. It's wild. Let's bring Socrates in real quick. Okay, Socrates. Hi, welcome back.
Hey, how we doing?
We
yeah,
just set the stage for a wild accusation. That's a lot. Like I can agree with,
Yeah.
I could disagree with a lot of y'all, right, in your takes, but I would never say like food stamps. I would never say you support Hamas. I would never say Sulfur or Boots supports Hamas. No, never. Right?
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I think what Gibbs was saying, maybe he just wasn't really paying attention to what food stamps said, or he doesn't really know what's going on. But food stamps said threaten to withhold funding in order to get an end to settlements is absolutely not like, oh hey, let's bomb all of the Iron Dome so that all of the Israelis die. Like that's an insane reach to make.
Mm.
And this thing about like not having immigrants, like Jewish immigrants from around the world come to Israel. That's an interesting thing. I haven't like heard a lot about that, so I don't have like a strong opinion.
it's the first
Like,
I've ever
but
heard
I
of
can-
it too.
But I can see the rationale behind.
I don't. To be
that's-
clear, I don't like
Yeah.
that idea. Right? Like ban. How would that even work in practice? Like we just isolate Israel so that literally no one can go there anymore. Right? That feels weird to me.
It would have to, I mean, how that would work practically would have to be some kind of like international pressure or something. I mean, the U.S. can't stop.
I just don't, and I also
people
don't see
from
it
around the
stop
world or
a.
whatever,
I don't.
right?
I don't see it solving any problem. Like, well, just because Jews want to
Okay,
move to
so
Israel.
just to quickly explain, so from like an Arab and Palestinian point of view, the fact that people from around the world are getting this right of return, immigrating to Israel, people who've never lived in the Middle East, while Palestinians have been kicked off of their lands and are not allowed the right to return, that's something that they're very understandably upset about. So does that make sense?
You wrongs don't make a right in this case, though. I don't think that, like, oh, so you, it's just
Sorry,
like,
I couldn't
a bunch of
I couldn't quite hear what you said. It's
like at the most charitable. That's, oh, this bad thing happened to us, so we now demand this bad thing happen to you too. And I think that's an eye for eye shit, and I don't like that.
Wait. It's not eye for eye to say we were kicked out of our homes, so it's kind of upsetting when people from around the world who've never lived in that area move into our homes. That's not eye for eye. That's like a very understandable human reaction. And if Israel were to say we'd stop doing that or something, maybe there'd be lots of Palestinians who'd be like, "Oh, wow, that's interesting."
Like I said,
I'm not saying that this is like a policy.
But like I said, the food
just
stamps,
explain.
right? They don't have to go. Like, they can build new housing. It's very possible. And
No. That's not. No, that's not. Wait, sorry. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean.
So
they can still build housing in areas that they're fenced away from, and also they can't build without Israeli permits anyway. I don't understand what you mean.
No. Israelis, like, if 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 the assertion is that Palestinians are mad that immigrants are coming and moving into their homes, right?
Sure. It's assault on the wound, right? Losing your home is the main thing, but if somebody from around the world comes,
I just think it's I don't.
It's.
Anyway.
I mean,
what did you come on here for? That's we're not gonna discuss food stamps take. I think it's a stupid take. Let's go on with what you came in for.
Yeah, sure.
Because tomfoolery is waiting in the wings, guys. If you're waiting for tomfoolery, he's gonna be here soon. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, so I first wanted to just kind of debrief and ask you about how you felt with that conversation with Lycan.
With Lycan, that was an excellent conversation. I thought it went really well. Yeah. I thought he had a good command of the facts in his narrative. I also felt that I had great pushback towards him. I think that it was a good discussion, and I'm curious to have it again when he comes back in a week or so. I would love maybe even invite you on, right? Or invite someone else on.
Yeah,
a couple other people.
I'd be happy to.
Maybe expand it a little bit. I'll talk to him about what he wants.
Having conversations with chill people is
right. Yeah,
is really nice,
I like Lycan a lot. So yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it went well.
Yeah. So there's something that I've thought about a lot because I've had a lot of these similar conversations with Jewish friends of mine, and a conclusion that I've come to is it seems like it's difficult for people to bite the bullet that the IDF might be doing pretty bad or pretty unjustifiable things when it comes to responding to Hamas, because Hamas has to be responded to. And so it's kind of like, okay, well, I don't know how we're going to...
Well, I gave you examples where I would say it was unjustified based on the data I had. Like the bombing of the refugee camp to kill that one Hamas operative is a good example of where I think that the IDF was entirely unjustified, and the people responsible for that decision should be held to account. Absolutely. But the claims that are being made aren't just ones and twos, right? But that the bombing as a whole, as Lycan said, he thinks that 90% of their targets have been unjustified. And I think that's wild and beyond belief to me. And I would need to see a lot more evidence than that was presented to me to even begin to entertain that. Because there's plenty of evidence to show that there are thousands of legitimate targets within Gaza that the Hamas is using to launch attacks from, to store munitions, fuel, etc., which are, by international law, valid military targets.
Yeah, so let me think. So I don't want to jump around too much to different things. And also
and to be clear, I do got tomfoolery waiting. I can't. We should have this conversation again, but go ahead, respond. I'll give you last word. Give me your spiel, and then we'll
just maybe a quick back and forth just on this question of proportionality with respect to military targets. I think this is a point that's important to hammer home, that when people are talking about proportionality, obviously there's some people talking about like, hey, look, 1,400 Israeli people died, and 10,000 Gazans died, so that's like whatever 8-1. Do math.
Yeah, but that's not what proportionality means.
That's not the
international law.
proportionality
Yeah.
with respect to targeting targets of military importance. The importance is related to, hey, wow, we destroyed this like launching pad for a lot of rockets, or like critical infrastructure.
Yeah, a
for
stockpile
Hamas.
of 10,000 grenades or something is one of the
Exactly,
things
right.
they used,
And a number of civilians died, but it's a number of civilians that was proportionate to how much we limited the capacity for Hamas to do things.
to wage war. Yes.
Yeah, to wage war. And that's where I think it is relevant.
Thanks for the bits, Methodist. Sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead. People give me
That's where I think it is relevant to talk about the difference in military capacity between the IDF and between Hamas. Because as you said, Hamas has had the ability to come in and kill a large number of civilians, and obviously they shouldn't be simply allowed to just take another crack at it, see what they can do, obviously. But this question of, in warfare, the fighting capacity of two forces, what kind of things would the IDF have to do in terms of damaging targets to limit Hamas's capacity to win some kind of war with the IDF? And then the question is, could Hamas win a war against Israel? And I think there isn't really a question in terms of what kind of level
it's not
of
just can they
airfields does Hamas have?
Yeah, it's not. That's not the question. It's not can Hamas win. It's can Hamas do substantive damage to our people and our forces? Because remember, this bombing is in preparation for them to go into ground invasion. So while again you may say the Iron Dome protects them from these rocket launches, right? These stockpiles that they're targeting, these targets that they're targeting, they are actively having skirmishes, and we've seen videos of this, of them blowing up Israeli tanks, right? So limiting their ability to do that by striking these things, even though you might correctly say there's very, very little chance of them causing civilian casualties to individual Israelis, that's not the only reason or the only justification to bomb these, because you are planning to go in on the ground to eliminate them. And so, yes, it's a legitimate target for them to...
Maybe there's a target that has machine gun emplacements in a building that could
fire... Or
10,000
rounds of ammo or RPGs or things like that. Yeah.
So I think... I just wanted that point to be clear in terms of killing one Hamas operative, I think we could probably agree, doesn't significantly limit the Hamas capabilities.
It depends on the operative. I
mean like a base level.
Oh, sure. Just a dude on the ground. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, a guy with
there are targets in Hamas's leadership and chain of command and how they operate that would absolutely disrupt their ability to wage war. Might. Right, and as I told Food Shops, who was asking me to give I can't give you an exact number on this, right? Because there's too many variables, factors, too many I don't knows in play for me to be able to accurately say, okay,
in terms of
the
ratio, of if we kill this, this third in command, how many civilians can we kill?
I don't know.
In command.
I don't know.
But I think we would agree that if it's not an officer, literally some dude, some 16-year-old with an AK. You probably can't kill 100 civilians.
Yeah, that would be...
And some human rights organizations say maybe you can't even kill 10, maybe you can't even kill 5.
Maybe you can't even kill 1. I don't know, right? It really depends. It's all... And this is a problem. None of us, not me, not you, not Lycan, have access to the data that Israel is using to making these targeting decisions. We don't. We can only make suppositions based on the results that we see on the ground. And that's an incomplete and unclear picture. So much like, right, people should wait for more information before they jump to conclusions on what Hamas has done or does not do. They should probably wait for information before they jump to conclusions on whether the IDF is engaging in unjustified targeting on these targets. Like I said, there are some indications, strong indications enough from various individual targets. Like I'm reasonably certain that the refugee camp was unjustified as a target, and I could call that out, and I could say, as I did, this is no excuse, unjustified. But I recognize I am making supposition, some level of supposition. It's just reasonability that's at play here.
Yeah.
Right?
So I'll just leave you with two questions,
Please.
and then I'll get out of your hair, and we can talk in the future.
Sure.
Of course. So the two questions just for you to think about are, shouldn't the IDF have the burden of proof of supplying that information that they can demonstrate, hey, only 20% of these to the international community, or at least, or at the very least, here's maybe a hedge to that, to say like a U.S. intelligence agency, so that we can covertly verify.
I would love if we had attaches, United States attaches on the ground in the rooms where these decisions are being made, because there is a process that I'm assuming. I've never been in the IDF, right? I don't have any family members in the IDF, right? I'm not a paid Zionist shill or anything, but I'm assuming if it works like it does in America, right, for the American military, there is a process in which these targeting decisions are made, approved, and launched, right? And so what will happen is you'll have some intelligence and information come in, some targeting thing. They'll say, hey, we think this is a valid military target because of X, Y, and Z. There will be some commander in place who looks at the data, probably a team in place that looks at the data, makes a decision based on some metrics and principles that they have in place, and gives the green light and go for this strike to happen. I would love if there was a U.S. representative who's familiar with that kind of process in the room to just, again, be like an overseer or something. I think that would be a wonderful thing to have happen.
So my question was that I want you to sit with and think about. Given that you don't know, I don't know, Lycan doesn't know, nobody in the international community knows, is it 20%? Is it 90%? We can argue about, is 20% too high? Is maybe even 90% is fine. I don't know. But given that you had this very, very strong reaction, 90%, that's insane. Maybe it's 20%.
Insane. It is insane.
It's insane, but you don't know. You don't.
True.
Like you said, you don't know anything about it.
No. I don't know
like
anything. That's not true. I didn't say I don't know anything. I think we have some evidence, right? We have evidence of tunnels that Hamas has done. We have evidence that Hamas does use,
but for the particular strikes,
right? Yeah.
Not that there aren't any. Of course,
any
there are
individual target. No, I don't have
right.
information.
So,
but the targeting as a whole,
yeah.
we do have some information.
There are things to target,
but there are
but for those strikes,
yes, the individual strikes I cannot say, but
so.
You have to believe a lot of things to believe that 90% are illegitimate targets. There is a lot of extra that you'd have to swallow to believe that that's happening that I just can't swallow.
I understand that, and I have other people in my life who feel similarly. But I would ask you to think about, shouldn't they own that burden? And then the other question I'd like to leave you with.
Please.
Something I've heard you say a lot when it comes to this situation is with individuals, and so individuals in terms of just people that you've talked to, and with Hamas. You've said things like, somebody said this fact to me, and then I dug into it, scratched the surface, and it's not true, and now I don't trust them. Or with Hamas, now they've shown us what they're capable of. They're interested in killing a lot of people. Given that you have this response of losing trust when
are you asking if I have a bias? Yes, I do have a bias.
No. Well, sure. I wasn't even asking it quite so bluntly, sure. but I just wanted to highlight, given that we accept that there are cases in which the IDF does do things that we
Yes.
agree are unjustifiable,
Absolutely.
and have done in the past as well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say, oh, you're a hypocrite, whatever. I'm just asking you to examine why that is. There could be a great reason for that. I'm not saying that there isn't, but I think that's important, something to be conscious of.
It is.
To try to understand.
Indeed. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll
Yeah,
we'll
it's great
talk
to
again
to
about this, I'm sure. But for now,
Yeah.
I do have to get Tom on. So,
All right, of course.
Tom, I am apologizing. I am late here. Oh, he's deafened. I'll wait until he can hear me. Then I'll apologize. I try to be timely in these things, right? But unfortunately, yeah, these things get away from me. It was a great discussion. I'd love to have Socrates on again to talk. Let me DM him. Oh, excuse me. You guys enjoying? Well, while we wait for him to realize that I'm here and I've dragged him in, are you guys enjoying the stream? Are you enjoying the talk? Make sure that you donate to the channel if you like. He says he'll be right here. I'm assuming he's got up from his chair. It's understandable. It's late. I'm late. I'll apologize to him directly when he gets there. But yeah, if you guys have been enjoying the discussion, the talks, if you've liked the back and forth, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, follow the channel. Yeah, I'm happy with all the discussions that have gone on. I was a little less happy with Gibbs making baseless accusations like that, but we'll hash that out next week, gang. That'll be a thriller, if you will. Oh, Tom, hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. I want to start off by apologizing. I know we are way past time, and I feel really bad. The discussion that I was having in my community were just great, and I didn't want to cut off Socrates halfway through, right? I really appreciate your understanding, and I apologize profusely. It's my fault that you were late. My bad.
No problem.
Forgive me.
I didn't even notice.
Okay. What's up, brother? How you been?
Nothing. Doing all right. So you DM'd me and said that I'm retarded.
You are.
And that we're fighting.
We are. We're fighting. I was being a little hyperbolic, right? We're not actually fighting. But I think that I only watched a portion of it, right? But like during your stream where you were covering me and 𝕾𝖍𝖙, people would make comments in your chat and you would just kind of nod along and kind of also back up those comments with things like, oh, is Whick doing this because he's been paid by Lex Friedman? Like that was a conspiracy theory, right? Like you guys were entertaining for a little while. And I wanted to bring you on to kind of, there's more, right? But I want to talk about this a little bit, right? You think Lex Friedman's footing my bill here? Funneling me money to support the IDF or something?
It's something I heard, I mean, can you prove that he's not doing this?
Can I prove that he's not? I cannot prove that he's not. And I can show, and there is, he has paid me money, but he's paid me money before October 7th even happened, right? Lex is a Whick orbiter. I'm gonna come out with that right now. He is a frequent watcher of my streams who has donated on more than one occasion to
that is
Whick
super
Corps.
cool.
So, which is awesome, and I'm very proud of it. But it was wild to me that people are saying this, right? Like that I have become this. And I talked to Omar yesterday about this as well. I don't know if you saw that, but Omar would going on other people's channels and saying that I'm a Zionist shill, that I'm being paid by Mossad to make the takes I have. And then I heard you say that, right, with the Lex Friedman thing, and I'm like, is this a thing that's happening? Are people just saying that I'm being like funneled money by the IDF or something? I don't know.
Honestly, I don't even remember that at all. Honestly, I don't remember that whatsoever. I would assume it was Saxon, because Saxon brings up that you got
maybe.
a dono from Lex Friedman all the time. But I mean, it is like I guess it's important to remind everybody that you can't disprove that.
Yeah, I wanted to. This is the more light criticism, right? The levity of the thing because it's so silly. But I wanted to kind of ask you about that and your thoughts and how much of this is going on, right? Like, because now I'm curious if this is just a thing that's being said like across the board about me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even remember that, honestly. I'm almost wondering if I'm being confused with somebody else. But
No,
if I did say it, it was definitely.
I don't know if you were reading your chat or not, to be clear either, right? So you might have just been reading someone else's
it might have
comment.
been. Yeah, it might have been just reading.
It's possible. That's why, again, I'm not.
I've talked about this actually, that I need to do better job. I notice all other streamers read chats as though it's a question with an inflection at the end, and I don't do that. And so it's a little bit more obvious if I do.
Thing. Just a mild thing. But I wanted to talk to you about the anti-Semitism on the left a little bit, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm honestly, I know I saw your criticisms of my talk with Kid Not Ken, and I share some of them, right? Like it was late. I didn't do well. I'll just own that, right? It wasn't the best Whick showing ever. But I want to talk a little bit about the merits of the conversation because I think that's important. In my conversation with Kid Not Ken, he asked me a question and I answered it, and I answered it as also honestly as possible. He asked me, how much of the left do you think is anti-Semitic and supports Hamas, or is just anti-Semitic, maybe not even support Hamas? And my guess, right, my supposition was about 5 to 10%. And I was like, that's still a lot. But I have seen polling to suggest that maybe I've been underselling this. Have you seen the recent Harvard poll that came out today? Or I think it came out a couple weeks ago, but it was making the rounds on Twitter today?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to send you...
I never get on Twitter, unfortunately.
Wise. I'm going to send you one of the questions of these polls, and I want to get your reaction to this. I want to direct your attention to the 34 and under category for the answers. But give me a second. Let me message to you. Boom, send it to your DM. You can check it out. Voters. Okay, so this is a question that was asked, right? Do you think the Hamas killing of 1,200 Israeli civilians on Israel can be justified by the grievances of Palestinians, or is it not justified? Overall, 24 to 76% split. Pretty good. But then you dig into the data a little bit and you look at the age brackets. And I want you to focus your attention on the 34 and under crowd. So the 18 to 24 and then the 25 to 34 age brackets. What do you see there?
Yeah, it's 51% support it 18 to 24, 48% support it 25 to 34.
What do you think?
I believe it's justified.
What do you think?
Those are high numbers.
Yeah. Do you think maybe, right, given that information is out there, that we have, it's not, this could be an outlier. I want to be clear. We can't hang all our hopes or hats or fears on this one poll. That would be silly. But given that I have no evidence otherwise, right? No other data other than just vibes and feels. When we talk about people ripping down posters at universities, and not just one like kidnap posters, but like advertisements for vigils, for remembrances of these things. Like, do you think it's out of pocket to call that act in and of itself probably anti-Semitic, most likely anti-Semitic?
Yeah, I think if we're saying, so my issue with the conversation was how we were defining anti-Semitism, and I was also mad during that conversation at Kid Not Kin for not getting into the definitions at any point, because I felt like that would have solved a lot of y'all's disagreements pretty quickly. But I think it matters what the reasoning is. I think that people who are justly upset with Israel and their government feel feel like they've been persecuted for a long time, feel oppressed for a long time, and just have a lot of resentment built up towards Israel, that they might be happy seeing a bunch of people be killed, even if it is like something immoral and unjustified as a terrorist act. I think that it makes sense that they feel justified just like being able to get back. If it's not that, and they just hate Jewish people and they just hate Israeli people, then yeah, I think that in that case, like, it's definitely, if they just want to see Israelis die, if they just want to see Jewish people die, then yeah, at that point, I would say it's definitely anti-Semitic. And I think that it's going to be a pretty even mixed bag of both of those things. I would assume, like, in general, it's kind of going to be about 50-50 from, yeah, in general.
Okay, fair enough. I guess it's hard for me, right, to separate so much the outcome here from the intention. Now, I understand that some people may not hold any real hate in their heart for Jewish people, but if you are so angry and so upset and so full of rage at the fact of what the IDF has done, that you were willing to take down posters of, again, people who didn't do any of that, right? And to just destroy their memory like that in a very real way, right? I think that does indicate, and it indicates clear enough to me, that there is some, at least implicit, anti-Semitism within the person that is willing to engage in that action. They may not realize it, they may not intend it, but I think that you don't need to intend racism or intend anti-Semitism to engage in racism or anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I don't think you need to intend anti-Semitism in order to engage in anti-Semitism. I think that you need to be discriminating based on race or based on the fact that they're Jewish. It's generally, what is it? It's discrimination or crap. I'm blanking on the second word. Yeah, prejudice or discrimination based on being Jewish or.
Are we talking about the definition of anti-Semitism? So the definition is hostility to or prejudice against Jewish people. That's a definition.
Yeah, I would include discrimination. I guess that's included in hostility.
That would be prejudice.
But yeah. So I think it has to be based on the fact that they are Jewish. And even, I would say, probably even Israeli anti-Semitism is a word that, like, it's hard to generally
if you ask the average person
in this case,
yeah, if you ask average person on the ground who lives in Israel, what would they tell you? What group of people lives in Israel?
Jewish people.
Yeah, right. So, like, I think that when you're willing to be prejudiced against a whole group of people that live in as they understand, as a normie understands it, live in Israel. Now, it's possible these are all highly educated individuals. Like, I will walk back this. There is situations, right? There are various variables that could change that would make a poster ripped down not anti-Semitism at all. But my point here is, and the reason I am harping on this, is because I think that the actual, not the hypothetical, but the actual incidents that we have on display show a severe level of anti-Semitism. And the evidence that I would point to in that, and I understand it's not conclusive, right? We can't use this to convict anyone in court, but it's good enough for me, right? Is that when people asked, why are you whipping down these posters? They give answers such as, I love Hamas, or yeah, I just hate Israel. And they could have various reasons for that. Like the two young women who were performing this in New York City, came to light that their homes were bombed when they were 6 and 7 by IDF forces. And you think, oh, that's a pretty good reason, right? That they are prejudiced against Israelis and things like that, and prejudice against Jewish people. And the reason why I'm making this distinction is because they're not like, the reason it's not just anti-Zionism is because these aren't the leaders or the government of Israel. It's just Jews. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
But I again, I think that it matters, like the reason for why you want this, why you're happy about this, right? So if you're taking down posters because you don't want people found if they're Israeli, that's one thing. If you're taking down posters because you're a little upset that you keep seeing posters about Israeli people, you keep seeing a lot of news about Israeli people, you keep seeing a lot of vigils for Israeli people, but you don't see any of this for Palestinian people, and you're kind of getting a little fed up with all of the sentiments for Israelis and none of the sentiments for Palestinians. I think it makes sense that you might get, enraged and start ripping down posters. And I would imagine that's a pretty common sentiment from not just Palestinian people, but from a lot of people in general.
Why would you imagine that?
Because I hear it from them a lot.
Interesting. So you know a lot of people who rip down these posters?
No, I hear a lot of people upset that they don't feel like the same sentiments are being sent to.
Sure, but they're not the ones ripping down the posters,
Palestinians.
though, right?
We don't know the people ripping down the posters. Are the people who took
Well,
the poll
this
that
is what
you
I'm
read
saying.
off the ones ripping down the posters?
This is what I'm saying, is that, again, yeah, I can't account for every single person who's ever ripped down a poster. But what I am saying is that the ones that we do have video on, the ones that they were asked why they were doing this, quite a few of them haven't put that forth as a suggestion. I'm not saying none of them have. I haven't seen all the videos, right? But there is a sizable portion, a majority, I would go so far as to say, who do not use that as their justification. And when they do give their justification, it is things like, I hate Jews, I hate Israel, I hate or I love Hamas.
You're saying they actually say they hate Jews and they love Hamas.
I can get you a couple up if you'd like, but just like one-zers or two-zers anecdotes aren't going to convince you, right? But I'm just saying, like, there was one in I want to say London, who just straight up, I hope Hamas wins, I think is what he says, right?
So you also agree that there are tons of people who keep talking about the fact that Palestinians are not getting the same sentiments as
there
Israelis,
are people
right?
who say that, but I don't think those are the ones that are
Hassan
ripping down these posters.
I don't know what you mean when you say that. Like, why would you think that?
Because I have evidence of one group doing it, and I don't have evidence of the other group doing it. And you can say these aren't conclusive evidences, and I would agree with you. But when I have evidence of one group engaging in action, and I don't have any evidence of the other group engaging in the same action, I could probably make a reasonable inference that, hey, if you think this way, it's probably not enough to get you to act in this manner. But if you think this way, it's demonstrably enough, at least in certain cases, to get them to act in this manner.
Yeah, but you just said to me, this is just anecdotal. It's obviously
it is
not
anecdotal.
You,
it is,
but it convinces you.
It's enough for me to make this claim based on other factors. Like, this isn't the only evidence I'm using. I'm also using.
I agree that some people are likely going to hate.
I would
Israel.
say majority.
I agree that some people are going to
the
be
majority of those ripping down these posters. A sizable majority.
Even majority. Yeah. The claim that I had issue with was that you were saying this was like inherently anti-Semitic. I don't agree with majority, but I could understand it based on the evidence that you're claiming here. But the inherently anti-Semitic claim is the one that I had a problem with, because it's just obviously not inherent to the action.
Well, I think that the case can be made that it is inherent, and I don't know if I'll stick to it. I won't die on this hill, but this is what I would tell you, right? That if you can engage in an act that has that dehumanizes or prevents the humanization of Jewish people, because of your hatred or your animosity or your dislike of Israel, then by engaging in that act, you are doing something that is causing prejudice against Jews, and that is, by definition, anti-Semitic. Again, I won't die on this hill anymore, right? But the merits just seem to be in my favor, and as more information's come out, again, with the polling and things that I've been made aware of, and other more and more people protesting the signage, what's it called? The deceptive nature of a lot of this signage, right? Because again, the chant in English is "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," but that isn't what the chant is in Arabic, nor is it what the signs say in Arabic. It's "From the river to the sea, Palestine is Arab." And again, the deceptive nature of these groups putting out this signage and posters, combined with the polling data, combined with the video evidence that we have of why people are ripping these down, or why they say they're ripping these down, combined with the fact that I haven't seen any videos, and I'm not saying they don't exist, I just haven't seen them, of people who are simply anti-propaganda ripping them down. I don't know. It's really hard for me to say that it's not just an anti-Semitism thing.
Yeah. So again, we're more so talking about the action right now. So like when you're saying,
Yeah.
well, the outcome is kind of anti-Semitic.
Mhm.
The outcome, this is like I don't know. It's like a Professor Flowers, like FD signifiers sort of argument where like white people doing X isn't helping black people and sometimes hurts black people, even though there is no intent to hurt black people and they might be like the least racist people ever. We're going to say that they're racist now and that this is like a racist country because of negative outcomes. Generally, we call this like systemic racism based
I
on
think I see the
racist
problem.
outcomes.
No, I get
not
you. I'm not, okay. Perhaps this is my bad. Perhaps I've miscommunicated, right? I don't think doing it makes you an anti-Semite. I think the action is anti-Semitic. Does that matter to you, right? That distinction. It matters to me, right? I can say someone isn't racist, but has done a racist action, but they're not racist, right? That's not their who they are. They just engaged in an action that was racist at that moment, right? Like, but they're not racist. Do you understand the difference there? Does that make sense?
Yes, I agree with the difference, but I'm saying that I don't think that that would actually make the action anti-Semitic. Like it's going to that nor those people's actions anti-Semitic either or racist. I think that generally, yes, it's going to have like some sort of prejudice or discrimination against the group, not that
So
it hasn't
an action
hurt the group.
An action can lead to prejudice, right? Without being prejudicial in nature, is what you're arguing.
You're saying there being less posters could lead to anti-Semitism.
The dehumanization of a group, yes. Because again, what these posters are, right, is and individuals for these posters, like, because it's not just posters of the kidnapped kids. Like I've seen videos, like there was an advertisement, I forget what town it was, for a weekend vigil. It had a time and a date and a place. Go here, we're going to mourn our dead. Come here if you want to help us or mourn with us, right? They ripped that down. Like, is that war propaganda? I don't think that is, right? And so when you when you see this continue to happen, and I don't know if it's increasing or decreasing in frequency, I cannot begin to say, but when you see this kind of thing happen over and over again, it does lead to people, again, using seeing more and more people are seeing, at least in my sphere, more and more people are seeing as these posters as not important and just propaganda. And I think that has a dehumanizing effect on the victims of Hamas. It absolutely does. Because they're not seen as, oh, these, like Fetterman put up, he's my state senator, by the way, he put up on his walls in his office all these posters, right? Posters of the missing hostages, kidnapped people. I'll link you the tweet and you can go through the replies to see what people say about him doing this. They're not good. The hate and the animosity that is directed at him for simply putting up these posters, by ripping them down, what has been done is they've been turned into a culture war football. And I think that does a disservice to the victims of Hamas. And I think it does dehumanize them. It turns them into something that is a play toy for propagandists, right? To wage their little propaganda games with it.
Is
And
it
I
the
think
act
that's
of
absolutely
seeing somebody rip down the posters, or is it the act of there being less posters that is
the
dehumanizing?
seeing people rip down these posters, I think, is mostly it. If they were just if they were just disappearing, right? I don't think anyone would have we would be having a different conversation. But because there are people who are going around just ripping it down, right? Showing a callous disregard to yeah, I'll say it, callous disregard to the victims of Hamas by ripping it down, and that's what you're doing, right? There is some anti-Semitism baked into that. Again, I wouldn't go so far, and if I have in the past, I apologize. I was wrong. I wouldn't go so far to make that makes you as a person entirely anti-Semitic in nature, but I would say that it does indicate that the act in and of itself is kind of anti-Semitic, right? Low key, but kind of.
Okay.
And I'd say
Yeah,
I'd say the reverse too. Like the people who are shutting down like vigils for Gazan civilians have been bombed, and this is happening. There are people who are being canceled right now for expressing pro-Palestinian sentiment. That's disgusting, gross, and Islamophobic by nature. It's anti-Arab at the very least. It's I don't. Is there a word like anti-Arabic, right? It's an action that leads to Islamophobic and anti-Arabic results, and I would consider if you are going around trying to shut people down for their pro-Palestinian takes, yeah, you're an Islamophobe, right? You're anti-Arab and you're anti-Palestinian, and I think it's okay to call you that, and I think it's okay to call that out.
So there are, like, from what I've read, there are people who are saying that they have seen posts saying to strategically place these posters around, and specifically where there were going to be pro-Palestinian protests. That there are people who feel like they that they want Hamas to have some sort of negotiating power, and so they're upset that people are trying to take that power away from them, and that they want and that this is like supposed to help them, and that putting up posters for the release of these people is trying to take away any sort of strategic negotiating power. Which for me personally, I don't want Hamas to have any power at all, but yeah, I think that even people can have support of Hamas without being anti-Semitic. I think that they can. I think that it can be, what do you call it? Naive support, but I think that, like, yeah, people can be misinformed and naive.
When
and
Mia
support a
Khalifa
group.
on October 7th made the tweet about how she wanted Hamas to turn those video cameras and phones sideways so she could see it better. Was that anti-Semitic as a comment?
What was it?
She made a tweet, that Mia Khalifa, that you should turn the phone sideways. Hamas, to be clear, the freedom fighters, I think she called them, should turn their phones sideways so that she can get better videos and better footage of what they were doing in Israel on October 7th. Do you think that was anti-Semitic?
No, probably not anti-Semitic, but it's pretty gross.
If we can't call that anti-Semitism, I don't know if we can call anything anti-Semitism.
I can call lots of things anti-Semitism without calling that anti-Semitism. I think most of this stuff is probably anti-Zionism, but not necessarily anti-Semitism. They're against, like, the state of Israel, or against...
Sure, if you're willing to tell Hamas to turn their phones sideways so you can watch them burn children alive and rape women better because you hate Zionists so much, maybe that anti-Semitism and that anti-Zionism isn't as disconnected as you think.
I think it is, based on growing up during 9/11, seeing tons of people wanting to see the same done to the Taliban, but them not being...
They are Islamophobic if they are saying that. They are anti-Arabic if they are saying that.
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous? If you are willing, if you hate a group so much that you are willing to celebrate and watch the killing of innocents in that group or that region because it hurts that other group, that shows a prejudice towards the lives of those individuals, right?
Yes, but it's not because they're Islam.
A
It's not because they're
hostility
Muslim.
towards. But again, these civilians weren't terrorists. They weren't people within the. They weren't like IDF. They weren't any of that. They were just kids and women and men who just going around about their day. They weren't involved in the government, right? And they were like, let's be clear, it wasn't just Jews, but a majority of them were Jews. Okay, and when you're willing to watch and celebrate the horrific end of Jewish life because you hate Zion so much or hate Zionists so much, that is indicative to me of some kind of anti-Semitism, because it shows that you don't value the life of these people, because your hatred for Jerusalem and Zion and Israel overrides these people's humanity. And I think that is, again, an indication that you have some anti-Semitism in you. I don't know what else to say. So,
I mean, this sounds similar to like the example I gave you in DMs, that like if I fire Jewish people, they just happen to be Jewish, but I'm not firing them because they're Jewish. But now this is anti-Semitism, even though, let's say it's 10 workers that are all Jewish and I fire all of them, they all actually suck at their jobs. They're all actually, like, we can think it might be anti-Semitism. It might be that we really don't like Jewish people and that's why we're firing them. But it's not inherently anti-Semitic, because it also could be that they all just freaking suck at their jobs and we're firing people who suck at their jobs. But you're saying because they're all Jewish, it is anti-Semitism.
No, what I'm saying is, right, like, because you gave another reason, right? Oh, it's because they suck at their jobs. That's why I did it. And it's also
another reason with those.
It's also,
those
if I may,
well.
I may finish, right? Because I'm not done. Also, right? I think that these are remarkably different situations. Like, being fired is so, like, you can fire someone and still value their humanity, right? I don't think you can behead someone and burn them alive and still value their humanity, right?
I understand. We're talking about the principle of how we come to decide whether or not something is anti-Semitic or racist.
But the
or
variables,
like,
affect the principle. The variables in play affect the principle.
You're saying it's more of a gross thing, therefore you're more likely to call it anti-Semitic.
Absolutely. If I simply, if the extremity of the action that you are willing to engage in does act as evidence of whether or not you are prejudiced or hostile towards a community, group, person, etc. Like the fact that I may not like someone, and so I'm willing to make fun of them on my stream, right? There's some evidence. So let me try it this way. I come on, I make fun of someone on my stream. That can be acted as evidence. Oh, hey, maybe Whick doesn't like this person. It's not very strong evidence. It could be strong evidence, depending on what I said. But if I were to go to their house and blow up their dog, I think that the evidence becomes much, much stronger in that case, right? That I dislike this person?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Same way here. Same thing here, right? If you fire 10 Jewish people, right? That's some evidence that, maybe there's some anti-Semitism we should look at. That's some evidence. There's something to look into there. But when you go to Israel and then you burn Jews alive, I think we have a lot more evidence to say what you did was because you hate Jews, right? Like, I think that there is a preponderance of weight to the act that does change the principle, right? Do you disagree?
So it doesn't change the principle. It sounds like what you're saying is that, like, the more egregious it is, it seems like the more they don't like them and the more we can assume prejudice.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yes. The more egregious the act, the more we can assume prejudice.
As I asked before, right? When Mia Khalifa is she's not doing this, but she is wanting to celebrate it enough that she asked the freedom fighters or Hamas, whatever she called them, I forget the exact term she used, on October 7th to film it better so she could see it better. I think that is enough evidence to suggest that she is anti-Semitic.
Okay.
Would I?
Just that.
Is that 100% certainty? No.
Is so common right now that my first assumption would be anti-Zionism with most of these people. Anti-Semitism is possible as well, but anti-Zionism is so much more common than anti-Semitism that I think yes, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. What evidence do you have for that?
Just what I've seen,
sure.
the based on the arguments that people give on.
I think a lot of people
they
say,
don't like. It's
yeah,
not,
no, I get
I
you.
don't like Jewish people. It's I don't like the state. I don't like them taking land. I don't like the way they.
I don't
treat
exactly.
Palestinians.
I don't hate black people, but I don't hate the gays, but right. A lot of people say that. So this is. I suspect, and I have as much evidence as you do here, right? Let's be clear. I have as much evidence as you do. And what I have seen is a lot of people saying, well, I'm not anti-Semitic. I just hate Zionists. And then you dig into it a little bit and you see what they're saying, what they're doing. And yeah, press X to doubt. Are you just anti-Zionist? Was that Jewish guy you beat in the head and killed? Like in New York, was he part of the Netanyahu's group? Was he leading towards Zionism here? I don't know, right? Like, I think that you are giving a benefit of the doubt to these people that I don't think their actions and words warrant. Does that make sense?
I don't. I think that generally I'm always giving the benefit of the doubt until there's evidence of something otherwise. Like, okay. I think that I would expect the same as well. And this isn't just like a thing with Israel or Palestinians. This is just a thing in general. I don't think that normally we would call, bike Karen racist because she happened to be taking bikes from black people, even if we find out she's wrong and she was like totally malicious in this case. Just the fact that it was with black people didn't mean that it was racist. And I
sure.
Like,
and again, with that little evidence, I agree with you. But we're not talking about that little evidence in these cases, right? We are talking about, again, we got to look at context here. What was happening on that day? What has happened since? What have they said? Not just once, twice, or many times, right? But over and over again, we can look at patterns of behavior, and sure, we may not be 100% certain, but I don't think we need to be 100% certain to make prescriptions or to call someone anti-Semitic. I think that, again, if the preponderance of evidence shows, and not just one incident, but many incidences, or it could be just one incident, but if it's extreme enough, right? Like the lady who drove her car into the black Hebrew Israelites thinking they were Jews, right? Like, that's enough evidence for me that, yeah, this person probably anti-Semitic if you're willing to drive your car into a bunch of what you consider to be Jews. In America, I think this happened. It might be in Canada, but they weren't even in Israel, right? Like, I think that's enough evidence for me. I don't know anything else she said or did. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was just a one-time fluke or thing. But I think I'm comfortable with labeling this person. Yeah, it's probably anti-Semite, right? Probably. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree with it. Yeah. Unless she thinks those specific Jewish people are doing something, so she's looking for a specific.
Sure, I mean, like, we can imagine a scenario where it wouldn't be, right? Like, I can imagine, like, maybe she had some intel that these person was plotting some kind of terrorist attack. I don't know, right? Like, we can imagine a scenario, but those scenarios aren't likely.
That she did it. Yes, all I'm saying is that
the scenarios are just.
She said she thought they were Jewish. I don't know the context, so I'm just saying if that's all she said, then yeah, it sounds like.
Well, I don't know what she said. I know what she did. She drove into them, thinking they were Jewish, right? Like, that is the report. Whether, again, is it possible that she had, she said, let me finish,
so
please.
She said she thought they were Jewish.
Yeah. Is it possible that she was really thinking, oh, those were like Zionist operatives that were planning a terrorist attack in America, and she had to stop them to save the president, right? It's possible. It's just not likely. And so, again, I don't need to engage in wild hypothetical thought in order to make decisions or to come to conclusions. And that's my problem with people who are just, not just for the poster things, but for all these actions that we keep getting thrown in our faces, right? The deceptive signage in Palestinian, pro-Palestinian protests, the fact that a lot of the pro-Palestinian protests, especially in England, their organizers have connections to Hamas, right? Or former Hamas operatives and things like that. And we see more and more evidence of these things coming out, right? The polling data, video evidence of people ripping down posters. I think that at a certain point, we could just say, yeah, there's a huge problem with anti-Semitism on the left and the right, to be clear. I don't want to leave them out. But
did you think the same thing about people who were like anti-Black Lives Matter?
Yes, yes. If people who are going around covering up murals of George Floyd a month after it happened probably were a little racist, right?
Well, even let's say after all the rioting and everything, because
yeah,
I think
even after all the rioting,
reason
if they wanted to cover up a dead person, right, or someone who wasn't doing the rioting, someone who wasn't engaged in the rioting, that they were dead, and it was a memorial to their life. If you're willing to do that because you hate those rioters so much, it's probably a little racist.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're circling.
This is a hill. And I am you, okay?
You're leaning on my hill? Or I'm leaning on your hill?
No, you died on the hill.
You died on the hill. Okay.
That's you dying on the hill.
Died the hill. I will rise again. Tom, is there anything else you want to discuss with me or talk with me about?
No, that's it, man.
Thank you for the discussion. I hope you enjoyed it.
Appreciate you having me.
What do you got for the rest of the night coming up?
Today is my birthday.
Is it really?
Sassafras, yes.
Happy birthday!
Sassafras, thank you. My amazing mod set up a tomfoolery trivia game like Jeopardy, and so we're gonna do tomfoolery lore tonight and have like a game.
Happy birthday!
Also like 20 people have DM'd me. Like I'm not even exaggerating. A lot of people wanted me to mention that the guy who did the poll is
cool. Do you have any
like,
counter evidence? Do you have any counter evidence that would suggest that the poll is an outlier or anything like that? Do you have any polling suggesting that there is less support?
Well, I thought you said that originally there was a poll that said 5%, but then
no, that was my guess. I was literally guessing.
Oh,
yeah, that was my supposition.
Yeah, I just want that, just so people like have some
sure.
Sort of context.
I want to be clear. I hope that this is an outlier or the garbage data, etc. But this is all we got, right? This is all we got. Literally it. And as more polling comes out, as more data comes out, we can draw a better picture, right? But we can't just pretend it's. We can't pretend it's nothing and hand wave it away.
I agree with you. I'm just saying that what the picture that's being painted right now is that this is though Nick Fuentes came out with a poll about this stuff, trying to like cause a lot of.
Well, I sent you the question. Can you show me how that's leading?
I don't know if that was the problem with it. It's more so about what they were trying to do with the poll, but there are other people who are super gung-ho about this polling that I'm sure will be happy to come.
I would love to talk to them if they want to talk to me about how the founder of the poll invalidates the data of the poll. We can have that discussion. I'd love to. Okay. Anything else?
Nope. That's it.
See you later, buddy.
Appreciate it, man. Later.
Did you guys like that? Did you guys like that discussion? Did you like that talk, that back and forth? I'm not a yelly, screamy guy usually, right? Especially when I have food in me and some rest. Oh, but yeah, gang. If you want to see, it's his birthday apparently. Is there a way we can raid into him on YouTube? I know he doesn't stream on... Man, I wish I was better at this raiding in thing. Let me see if I can figure it out. Hold on. We will take the extra time to try to figure this out. Redirect. Oh, I think I see him. I think I see him, kids. Okay, we will try to redirect into him on YouTube. I don't know if it'll work. Save. Okay. And then we will raid to Tuna Chip on Twitch. I'd love to see you guys. Say hi to Tuna Chip for me. Spam those emotes. Thanks for sticking around, gang. I really love all of you. And yeah, I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.